May sariling Zoom pala kayo. Yes, ma'am. My headset. Wala. Dito na kayo? Oh, yeah. Next. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Wala pa naman dito.
Matitigas pa yung mga tao. Yung virtual bulong system ko, ayaw pa nila.
Okay. Anong number natin? Pareho din? Baka lang dito sa all members. Dito sa... Di ba katinang gusto?
Layo, lalim kami sa all member. Hindi ko naman.
Kaya nga.
Meron ako, nagpadala ako kanina.
Di ba ka dito kay, ano, dito sa ex officio?
Ayun na lang, personal. Dong. Dong.
So ito lang pala. Message of the day? For the day. So half is 7.
Wala pa schedule.
Opo, opo. Tama na. Hindi na pang-budget. Bye. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow at 12, sir. Hindi na po.
Magsasalita, halimbawa ito. Nag-a-admit siya, diretso na sa text. Tapos dito na rin. Tapos screen share, dito rin.
Sir. Test. Test. Mic test. Mic test, mic test. Hello? Mic test. Mic test. Mic test. I-more mo nga, pare. Nvidia kaya. Yung... Mic test. Yung Nvidia, pare. Mic test. Mic test. Ayan o. Nvidia, pare. Mic test. Start test mo nga yung sa Windows. Test. Zed, balik mo dun sa mic. Test. Test, mic test. Test, test.
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now consider on second reading House Bill number 7727 under Committee Report 528, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary General is by directed to read the title of the committee report number 528.
House Bill number 7727, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2021, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate and recognize to sponsor the measure the Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Representative Eric Yap, to sponsor the measure.
The Chairman of Appropriations, Chairman Eric Go, is recognized to his sponsorship.
Mr. Speaker, it's Eric Goyap.
Ay, sorry po. Eric
It's okay.
Goya po.
Baka magkapalit lang po. Mr. Speaker, to our colleagues and government official present in the plenary and in the Zoom, good afternoon. Today, we bring the sponsorship and deliberation of House Bill number 7727 or the General Appropriation Bill for the fiscal year 2021 to the floor. The national budget represents our financial capacity as a nation and signifies our government priorities. The GAB for 2021 amounts to 4.5 trillion peso, which is identical to the National Expenditure Program submitted by the President to Congress. In accordance to the constitutional provision that the education must have the highest budgetary priority, the DepEd, SUCs, CHED, TESDA receives the biggest chunk of the budget amounting to 754.4 billion pesos. We stand along with the budget philosophy of this administration that more than our priorities for the responsive and dynamic governance, we have to focus our resources to the most urgent priority, to reset our momentum and action, rebound for the devastating effect of the pandemic on the health and economy, and fully recover from the current and continuing impact of this crisis. The pandemic curved the opportunities for socio-economic growth and development. Many of our kababayans lost their job and livelihood. Many enterprises and companies closed down. Many are living in poverty. At this time of great uncertainty, we must perform our mandate as a representative of the Filipino people with strength, determination, and urgency. It is our responsibility to craft relevant measures and programs to address the needs and improve the lives of those who we represent. As President Rodrigo Duterte said, this budget is crucial to our recovery as a nation. The budget for 2021 is an investment for our nation's resiliency and sustainability. The objective has been embodied in every strand of House Bill number 7724, which we shall tackle starting today. This budget carries the aspiration of our Filipino people to recover from the hardship brought by the pandemic to our livelihood and to recover the country's economic growth. This budget assures our people that social service for the poorest and the poor will be delivered and uplift the living condition of our Filipino people as a foundation of humane society. Bilang pagsaalang-alang sa akin mga nabanggit, nais ko pong hilingin sa bawat kinatawan at membro ng Kongreso na magkaisa-isa at magkakasama-sama tayo na mga membro ng Committee on Appropriations na magkaroon ng iisang desisyon at rekomendasyon na aprubahan na po ang House Bill number 7724 or the General Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2021 na nagpapahintulot sa paglalaan ng 3.263 trilyong piso budget para sa pagpapatakbo ng pangbansang pamahalaan ng binubuong 3.087 trillion sa program New Appropriations at 176 billion pesos sa unprogrammed appropriations. We seek your support, cooperation, and professionalism in these days ahead so we can pass the budget on time. The timely passage of General Appropriations Bill will ensure that our government, through its program and project, will be able to rebound, reset, and recover our lost momentum. This impact of the pandemic from COVID-19 to our country, our economy, and our people. Mga kasama ko sa Kongreso, Mr. Speaker, yun lang po ang aking kahilingan na tayo po ay magkaisa-isa sa pagpapasa netong budget na to. Itong budget na to po ay hindi lang po para sa atin dito sa Kongreso, kung hindi po sa maliliit, pinakamahihirap po na Pilipino. Alalahanin po natin na ngayon may pandemic po, higit sa lahat, ito po ang pinaka-importanting budget na maipapasa natin sa history po ng Kongreso. Kung maipapasa po natin itong budget na to at tayo po ay magkakasundo-sundo dito sa Kongreso, maibabalik po natin ang sigla ng atin bayan. Muli po, Mr. Speaker, magandang hapon po at maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we now begin debates of interpellations on the general principles and provisions of the proposed 2021 General Appropriations Act. To continue sponsoring, I move that we recognize Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, Representative Joey Sarte Salceda.
Vice Chairperson Joey Salceda and Chairman of the Ways and Means. Session suspended.
Magtitipend ako ng budget principles.
Yeah.
Kaso wala yung mga nasa swabbing. Sabihin mo, amend mo na ipasuspend until yung mga resource persons have been swabbed.
Yan ako.
Hindi pa na-swab yung mga resource persons.
Let's suspend na lang muna.
Sino ba? Ikaw. Si Carl to? Picturean mo nga ako. Ay! Thank you. My arch enemy. Sana maging sosyalista na. Pwede bang ano, kasi parang nalalayo ako. Hindi, sige mo. Kailan pa ba ng earphone? Parang I can read. I can't. Dito lang. Do, far-sighted ako eh. Yeah, but not the complete body. Sino mauna? Sino muna magtatanong? Okay na. Sino ba mauna?
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we reiterate our motion to have the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, Representative Joey Sarta Salceda, be recognized to sponsor the general principles and provisions of House Bill number 7727.
Vice Chairman Honorable Joey S. Salceda and the Chairman of the Ways and Means for the debate on general principles and provisions. Please, you are now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the first of our colleagues who wishes to interpellate our distinguished sponsor is Representative Stella Luz Kimbo of the 2nd District of Marikina City. I move that she be recognized.
Gentle Lady of Marikina City, Congresswoman Stella Kimbo is recognized.
Next na. Yung
Congresswoman Kimbo, you are recognized po.
Before we recognize the honorable Kimbo, let me first recognize the guests from the Kenya. Welcome to the House.
Before
Mr.
we
Speaker.
recognize Congresswoman Kimbo, let me first recognize our guests from the gallery, from the Department of Budget and Management, Secretary Wendell A. Abisado, Undersecretary Janet B. Abuel, Assistant Secretary Kim Robert De Leon, Assistant Secretary Rolando U. Toledo, and for the Department of Finance, Assistant Secretary Maria Teresa H. Habitan, Director Maria Lourdes V. Dedal, Deputy Treasurer Sharon Almanza, the Bureau of the Treasury, Commissioner Ray Leonardo B. Guerrero, Bureau of Customs, Deputy Commissioner Celia A. King, Bureau of Internal Revenue. For the National Economic and Development Authority, the NEDA, Acting Secretary Carl Kendrick T. Chua, Assistant Secretary Roderick Planta, and for the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the BSP, Deputy Governor Francisco G. Daquila Jr. and Director Veronica Bayangos. Majority, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader. You may now proceed, Congresswoman Kimbo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor, the brilliant gentleman from the province of Albay, yield to some questions?
certainly to my partner.
Mr. Speaker, during the recent budget briefing, the DBCC reported the economic assumptions that were used for the proposed 2021 budget at kasama na po dito yung pagliit po ng GDP by 4.5 to 6.6%. Pati na rin po ang target growth rate of 6.5 to 7.5% in 2021, which means po, Mr. Speaker, that the DBCC expects that the economy will return to the pre-pandemic GDP levels by the end of 2021. But recently, Mr. Speaker, a number of think tanks have predicted a deeper contraction for 2020. Halimbawa po, yung S&P Global Ratings expects the Philippine economy to shrink by 9.5% this year. So that will make us the worst performer in Southeast Asia. And this is reportedly due to the stubbornly high COVID-19 infections and low fiscal support. And this morning po, sa news reports, the BSP also expects more layoffs will happen in the fourth quarter of this year. So, Mr. Speaker, ang una kong tanong, Mr. Sponsor, do you think that there's a need to make adjustments on the proposed budget, at least in terms of the items that directly impact the speed of economic recovery? Halimbawa po, Mr. Sponsor, sapat na ba ang health interventions para bumaba na ang new infections kada araw? Kailangan bang dagdagan ang ayuda sa mga MSMEs sa critically impacted industries? Or kailangan bang dagdagan ang tulong sa nawalan ng trabaho? O di kaya dagdagan ng ayuda sa mga may COVID para mas masigurado na magpapa-isolate sila kung kailangan nila magpa-isolate. So yun po ang unang katanungan po, Mr. Sponsor. We need to make adjustments considering the more pessimistic economic outlook po for 2020.
Sa pananaw ko po, sapat na po yung kinakailangan pong suporta ng national budget bilang instrumento ng national policy at bilang instrumento ng pagpapalago ng ekonomiya. So, sa aggregate po, pag tiningnan po natin na yung paglago po ng 9.9% mismo ng budget ay makakatulong na at depende na rin po kung saan mo nilagay. Nilalagay po natin halos 50% ang paglago, 15% ang paglago po sa infrastruktura, halos 100% po ang paglago po ng transportation, Alam naman po natin kung alin po talaga ang may pinakamataas na multiplier. So pag ginamitan mo po na multiplier, yung mga elemento po ng budget na pinalaki o binigyan po ng diin, sa pananaw ko po na yung 6.5 to 7.5, assuming there will be no global, assuming that the exogenous factor will remain as they are right now, I think the 6.5 to 7.5 is a very reasonable estimate, a reasonable assumption for the 2021 budget.
Salamat po. And Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, magkano po ba ang total amount which is going to be considered or which we can consider as spending for economic stimulus within the GAB 2021? At sana po wag na natin isama po yung halimbawa 1.1 trillion na matagal na po natin plinano for infrastructure. So magkano po yung kumbaga incremental na gagastusin natin sa 2021 for purposes of economic stimulus? May estimate po ba niyan?
Halimbawa last year, yung budget natin sa DP, 580. Pero nabawasan po yun ng 140. So yun po ay naging 440. Pero this year po, yung DP po ay naging 667. Ang ibig sabihin, tumaas po ng 50% o na cost-to-cost basis yung mismong paglago po. So merong kakagad po doon ng halos 280 billion. May isa pa po doon sa railways na dati katiting lang ang ating gastos. Ngayon paggagastos natin for the first time in the history of the Philippines, 103 billion. So meron ka na po dyan ng halos 400 billion. Pero hindi lang naman po kasi gobyerno. Ang role po ng gobyerno ay enabler din. Kung titisin mo dapat sa loob po ng konteksto nung pangkalahatan pong estratehiya, halimbawa po, yung create, kung ma-aproba natin next week, sa tingin ko, Madam Your Honor, that create in itself all the structural reform, if we could approve the Public Services Act, the Foreign Investments Act, and the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, private investments would actually outstrip the 450 billion incremental public investments. Ang meron lang po talaga na public investment is that it has a higher multiplier and it is the one that enables the private investments. So, from the total perspective, ako kaya, Madam Speaker, siyempre bilang galing dyan sa mga nasabi mong mga analyst na mga ibang brokerage houses o research houses, lagi ko naman po silang kinakausap at kausap. At lagi ko nababanggit sa kanila na sa dinami-dami po ng interest, dahil po inaprobahan natin yung sitira, January 23, 2018. So halos magtatatlong taon na po na nagkaroon po ng wag muna papasok ng Pilipinas kasi hindi pa sigurado. Subalit, pag sigurado ka na kung ano napapasukan mo, sa akin pong sariling estimate, hindi po bababa ng $6 billion ang pwedeng ipasok po na private foreign direct investment kung ang create po ay ating pong maaprubahan. Yan ay sarili ko rin pong judgment. So that's judgment against judgment.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Ako naman po ay gagawa din ng judgment. Bukod po sa infrastructure, tinignan ko po ang mga budget items dito po sa GAB 2021 na sa tingin ko po ay related po sa economic stimulus. So kasama po dito ang 13 billion na nilaan ng DOH para sa COVID response. Kasama dito ang nilaan ng DepEd para sa flexible learning at sa kanilang computerization. Pati na rin ang credit programs ng DA, pati na rin po ang TUPAD, pati na rin ng iba pang emergency employment programs ng DOLE. Isama na rin natin ng 3.8 billion na nilaan po para sa MSME loan programs ng DTI, pati na rin ng Convergence Program for Tourism Development na umaabot po ng 35.7 billion. And finally, a 10.1 billion budget for social protection programs due to COVID-19. At ito po ay totals 106.9 billion. So yan po ang nakita ko pong mga items over and above ito pong infrastructure na matagal na rin natin plinano. So ang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, ito po bang 106.9 billion, ito po ba ay sapat na kaya para tayo ay makabalik sa pre-pandemic GDP levels by the end of 2021? Na ang ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, di ba, kapag babalik na tayo sa normal levels, ang ibig sabihin yan, yung mga nagsara ng mga negosyo ay dapat nagsibalikan na, o di kaya nagbukas na sila sa mga bagong sektor, yung mga mas productive or mas profitable under the new normal. So ano kaya ang plano natin para sa 26% na mga negosyo na nagsara na, o yung 1,077 na permanently closed businesses at yung 83,800 na temporarily closed na ngayon ayon sa DTI. Ito po bang 106.9 billion, ito po ba ay sapat na para po assistance sa mga distressed firms?
Gusto ko lang iklaro kung ano yung 106.9 billion. Yun po ay suma nung lahat po ng mga investment sa health.
Ito po yung nabanggit ko po na kanina pong inisa-isa ko po, yung DOH, yung DepEd, yung Agriculture, yung DOLE, yung DTI, tourism, pati na ng para sa social protection, na sa tingin ko po ay plinano para sa COVID response. So yan po ay 106.9 billion.
Para sa akin po, kung lalo-lalo na sa isang batikan na econometrician na katulad po ng ating pong nagtatanong, ito masasabi natin na mukhang from a linear optimization model, tinitingnan natin yung lahat po ng prioridad. At maliban po doon sa 450 billion na sinasabi ko na tumaas ang ating pong investment doon po sa infrastructure, itong 106 billion patungkol po sa social. Kasi pag titingnan, ano ba talaga ginagawa ng gobyerno? Unang-una, mag-gobyerno. So, rule of law. Pangalawa, pangati ng mahirap. Social services. Pangatlo, palaguin ang ekonomiya para masustain ang ating po. So, kung yung 106 billion ay from an incremental basis, it may look not as big. Hindi ko kasing laki ng pangkalahatang pangangailangan, lalong-lalo na sa alam natin na pagbagsak po ng employment level, pagtaas ng underemployment. Subalit, marami pa po tayo na mapagkukunan po ng mga stimulus. Halimbawa, kasi nahalo po yung health as a pandemic tool, and the anti-pandemic tool, and the other social services with respect to providing safety net to those impacted. Doon lang muna po ako sa pangalawa. Alam niyo po, marami pa po tayong mga ibang mga reforma na magbibigay po ng stimulus. Tayong dalawa ay pinaghirapan po natin yung ARISE, at alam naman po natin na yung nilagay natin 75 billion doon po sa tinatawag na ngayong guide, ay yun po na ngayon po ay naging Bayanihan 2. Yun po ay magti-trigger ng 677 credit stimulus. So, sa loob po ng sistemang kapitalismo na kung saan tayo napapaloob, yung pagbibigay ng garantiya ng gobyerno, yung intervention ng ating pong monetary authorities ay hindi lang po ang budget ang siyang is not the only source of stimulus in order to provide support, especially sa sinasabi nating one, yung na nawala ng trabaho, lalong-lalo na po yung mga SMEs. Pero pagdating naman po dun sa health yung health investments, unang-una, umangat po yung health natin, stripping out PhilHealth, We went up from 100 billion to 131.7 billion. And much of that is really for human resource for health. Yan po, hindi katulad dati na minimix natin yung PhilHealth at saka yung DOH para magmukhang malaki. Ngayon, kita mo na umangat po ng malaki. So, meron po tayong, at saka po yung mga spillover, karamihan po na mga remdesivir, lalong-lalo na pagdating po sa therapeutics, pagdating po sa mga kinakailangan po sa quarantine facilities, kailangan po natin para sa tracing, kailangan po natin, yun po ay, so we need to look at it as a continuum. O Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, as well as of course the existing budget in order to confront the pandemic so that I think we will be able to have a minimum health standard that will allow the economy to start to return to normalcy, at least by my own projection, my own judgment, by the second quarter of 2021.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Siguro diretsuhin ko na ang aking partner in economics, no? So, Mr. Sponsor. So in other words po, sang-ayon kayo na parang kailangan pa natin ng iba pang
Instruments.
legislative efforts para madagdagan ng economic stimulus na kinakailangan talaga natin ngayon ng pandemya.
Opo, kasi
Kailangan natin ng Bayanihan 3, Mr. Sponsor.
yung budget po kasi is of course the primary instrument, policy instrument of the national government to pursue the goals for its people. But it is not the only one. There are structural reforms that could trigger, enable a lot of other resources that could make up for, in fact, could be much bigger, mas malaki po, kaysa kung ano man yung incremental o yung additional budget na makukuha mo. Subalit, sa pananaw ko po, yung budget na nasa harap po natin, hindi po to, masasabi po natin, hindi po siya agresibo, hindi ko masasabi siyang pakawala, hindi ko naman masasabi na may kinaligtaan tayo. Ang masasabi ko ay sapat siya, pero sapat siya in the context ng iba pang mga ginagawa ng ating gobyerno.
Mr. Speaker, nabanggit kanina ng ating good sponsor yung salitang credit stimulus. So mukhang lumalabas na ang inaasahang pangunahing strategiya bukod sa infrastructure para tulungan ang mga maliliit na negosyo ay ang mga credit programs o pautang. Dahil sa Bayanihan 2 halimbawa, merong halos 50 billion pesos out of the 165 billion na kabuuang assistance na nilaan po para sa pautang. Pero ang mga bangko mismo ang nagsasabi na ang GDP forecast nila ay mas malaki pa sa 6.6% contraction na estimated ng DBCC. So mukhang nakakaramdam ang mga bangko na walang kumpiyansa ang mga negosyo na umutang. Kaya ang tanong ko, Mr. Sponsor, kasama po ba sa GAB 2021 ang mga hakbang para dumami po ang mag-avail nitong credit programs? Tulad halimbawa ng incentives o di kaya assistance para maging registered na ang ating mga informal businesses, para magkaroon na sila ng formal access to financial institutions like banks. Kasi alam naman natin, 77% of our population continues to be unbanked. So ito pong pagiging registered na ng ating informal businesses, ito ba ay tinitignan ng DOF na strategy para din lumawak ang ating tax base?
Tama po kayo. Yung diferensya po ng 6.6 negative ngayong taon sa 6.5 growth next year, dalawang bagay po lang yan. Pag mas mababa ang base, di mas mataas ang talon. Pero pwede rin sabihin na kung mababa ang base, baka mahina at walang momentum. Pero sa pananaw ko po naman, sa kabuuan po ng mga Bayanihan 2, Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, at siguro at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's all about confidence. Confidence in health, confidence in employment, confidence in incomes, and confidence in growth. Sa pananaw ko, itong budget na to, ganito kakapal, kaya po nito na ma-encourage, kaya po nito ma-instill ang kumpiyansa ng taong bayan na sa loob po na ginagawa po ng gobyerno ang dapat at sapat para po mapanumbalik po ang sigla ng ating ekonomiya. Ang sabi nga, sa lahat ng bagay po, the only benchmark that matters now is pre-pandemic levels. And beyond pre-pandemic, mabalik natin dyan, is of course, Ambition 2040. So, sa pananaw ko po, Madam Speaker, na mukhang kaya naman po dahil nga po sa di pa po ako nakakita ng isang budget na 440 billion ang taas po ng infrastructure. Ngayon lang po talaga. So masasabi ko po na lalong-lalo na kung magamit ito sa tama at magamit agad, sa tingin ko makakapagpabalik po ng kumpiyansa sa loob po ng sistema. Kaya po yung 6.6 is a low base from which you can grow higher.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot agree with the good sponsor more pagdating po sa kanyang statement na ang key sa lahat ay confidence. Pero sana naman po ay we make an extra effort para po sa financial inclusion ng ating mga MSMEs. At mismong ang sponsor po natin, ang siya pong nag-advocate po na dagdagan dapat ang credit mediation services nang sa ganon ay magkaroon ng access to banks ang ating MSMEs. Ngayon naman po ang aking next question, tamang-tama naman po dahil ang ating good sponsor ay eksperto po sa pagdating sa tax. So ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, sa maraming bansa, ang tax relief ang isa sa pinakamahalagang economic stimulus measures. Or at the very least, ipinapagpaliban muna ang pagtaas po ng taxes. Halimbawa po sa Japan, nagsalita na ang kanilang economic minister at ang sabi po niya, they will not increase sales tax. At ganoon din po sa Singapore, nagsalita na rin sila, ang sabi nila, magtataas lamang sila ng any form of tax kapag gumanda na ang takbo ng kanilang ekonomiya. Ganon din po sa France. At sa Australia naman, they're more proactive. Sila po ay merong accelerated scheduled tax cuts para sa low and middle income earners. Pagdating sa maraming bansa tulad ng Taiwan, meron ding tax incentives to encourage the paying of salaries. So, marami pong mga tax relief measures. Kaya ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, maliban po sa CREATE na nabanggit niyo na po kanina, and this reduces corporate income taxes. At ito naman din ay naplano na bago nangyari po ang COVID. So may plano ba tayong mga dagdag po na tax relief measures as a way to stimulate the economy, Mr. Speaker?
Unang-una, ang importante po ay buhayin natin ang ekonomiya. Para mabuhay ang ekonomiya, kailangan po ng resources. At ang resources po ay hindi libre, hindi napupulot sa kalsada. So sa kamatuwid, kailangan mo po itong hiramin. So darating po ang panahon na kailangan natin itong bayaran. Ang patakaran po ng gobyerno sa ngayon, wala hong bagong taxes na mai-implement between now and 2022. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na hindi natin pwedeng aprubahan ang mga buwis na pwedeng magbibigay po ng armas kasi kailangan din natin ipaghandaan na yung susunod na gobyerno, siya po ang haharap sa lahat po ng mga napakalalaking gastos, sa laki ng nawala trilyon-trilyon na nawala po na revenues, saan po natin pupulutin? In short, I think the policy predisposition is really not to impose new taxes or to collect or exact new taxes, but merely to defer these taxes to a certain sa isang panahon po na unang-una, piling-pili po yan dahil ako po ang chairman ng Committee on Ways and Means. Para lang naman po sa kaalaman ng lahat, although mahaba po ang mga sagot ko, kami po ay sumusunod sa 5 napakahalagang bagay bago po kami mag-approve. Unang-una, sino ba tatamaan? Ginagamitan ng FIES. Pangalawa, makakadulot ng maganda ba ito? Gamitan po ng Dynamic Stochastic General Equilibrium. Pangatlo, ano ba yung cost at benefits nito? Pang-apat, ano ba ang ginagawa ng ibang countries patungkol sa produktong to? So, hindi yung bara-bara. Kaya ako bilang chairman, I can speak perhaps for my committee that we have virtually approved most of the taxes, but I guess as a policy advice to the government, perhaps ilalagay po doon na the implementation shall be effective on July 1, 2022, to give the next president the wherewithal with which to pursue his dreams for this country. So, I think it's very clear. New tax, there will be no new, wala akong bagong wish na sisingilin, pero meron po tayong aaprubahan dahil moral duty ng Kongreso ito sa future generation and the future of this nation state that we should put, dahil magkano na ba ang mga pinag-uutang natin? Sangkatutak na. Darating po ang panahon, kailangan bayaran mo yan. So, kailangan piliin mo. Dapat yung hindi nakakasakit sa mahirap, dapat yung nakakapagdulot po ng benepisyo at hindi po gastos. Kailangan po yung nakakapagpalaki ng ekonomiya at hindi yung nakakapagpaliit. At kailangan po ito ay bagay o reasonable compared po sa ginagawa ng ibang countries. That much I can say. Pasensya na po kayo, napahaba dahil po gusto ko maintindihan ng Kongreso kung ano po ang filosofiya ng inyong Committee on Ways and Means. Kung bakit po hindi naman sa lagi na lang namin pinapa-approve sa inyo ang CREATE, ang SITIRA, ang lahat. Halos 7 po ang nakasalang doon po sa Senado. Kaya nga po sa Senado, pag may mag-home run doon, 7 agad ang tama natin. Pero siguro, yun lang po ang sa ngayon na masasagot ko po.
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. Kailangan talaga natin pag-usapan ng buwis dahil po sa dami na po ng inutang natin. Pero pagdating naman po sa utang, ako naman po ay sang-ayon naman po sa ating economic managers na talagang kailangan natin umutang and let's take advantage of our very good credit rating for that purpose. Pero tulad po ng isang negosyo, dapat magamit natin ng mabuti ang utang na yan para sigurado nating babayaran in the future. Dapat natin gamitin ang utang para sa mga negosyong nagsara na, para matulungan silang makabangon ulit. O kaya para sa mga negosyong malapit ng magsara, para naman ma-prevent natin ang kawalan ng trabaho. Dapat rin natin gamitin ang utang, lalong-lalo na para sa health interventions, para masiguradong pumunti na ang magkasakit, para tuloy-tuloy lang pong maging productive ang mga manggagawa ng ating ekonomiya. So, ang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, sa ating good sponsor, ano po ba ang balak natin sa paggastos po ng inutang natin so far? And this morning po, ayon sa news reports, ang utang natin ay umabot na sa 2.5 trillion pesos. At ito ay malapit na sa target na 3 trillion pesos para sa taong 2020. So meron pa tayong inaasahan na loan proceeds. And at the same time po, nung tinitignan ko po, Mr. Speaker, ang ating cash reports, mukhang meron naman tayong enough cash balances as of end of August to pay for our usual spending levels pagdating po sa usual spending levels natin on the basis of our 2019 cash reports. So yun po ang tanong ko. So mukhang meron pa tayong natitirang cash and at the same time, meron pa tayong padating pa siguro na utang or loan proceeds. So Mr. Speaker, ano po ba sa paggamit?
I will, on for 1 billion expenditure authorization in the 2020 budget. But since our revenues collapsed and therefore yung ating pong deficit, which is the controlling variable, is already at 9.3. Now, I think meron naman po tayo reasonableng basihan kung paano tayo mangutang, kung ang ginagawa po ng Pilipinas, hindi po tayo pwede maging ugly duckling. Hindi rin tayo pwede maging yung pinakamagandang swan. Ang gusto natin na tayo ay nasa gitna para po yung ating pong hindi naman credit rating ang pinaka-importanting bagay, kundi ito po ay isang sinyal kung ano ang masasabi nating tama o sapat, tama at reasonable na bagay. So, tanong mo kanina, may pera ba? Meron. Makakautang ba? Makakautang. Pero okay ba na mag 12% budget deficit tayo? Yun ang judgment call. Ang judgment call po ng Administrasyong Duterte na tama na tayo ay mag-stick sa 9.3% kasi hindi natin alam na kung humaba pa ito, baka wala na tayong magamit na pantustos upang labanan po ang pandemic at ang mga economic impact nito, lalong-lalo na sa mga mahihirap. So, bottom line, it is a judgment call. Alam mo, nasabi na nga, 8.1 billion na nautang natin. Pero yun ay utang. Kung di mo naman yan, in other words, much of them are actually development policy loans or budgetary support loans. Those are not program loans. These are loans that are essentially we borrow so that we don't crowd out the domestic market with respect to, of course, we also want that the domestic enterprises will have the space in order to finance their own programs once we start the return to normalcy. So the answer is, it is the deficit stupid.
So, Mr. Speaker, I agree, it's all about the deficit. Pero nabanggit po kanina ng ating sponsor na ang dahilan din kung bakit hindi tayo willing na magkaroon ng mas malaking deficit, say at 12%, is really because of the uncertainty surrounding the length of the pandemic. So, kung ako po ay pwedeng magbigay ng kaunting mungkahi, sana naman po yung dagdag na loan proceeds, no? Yung dagdag, yung dadating sa atin na excess na pera, sana naman po gastusin na lang natin para po sa health interventions, para sigurado pong makontrol natin ang spread ng virus. And so let me now move on to my next question. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask about the revenue generation efforts of the DOF. At kasama na siyempre dito ang pagtugon po sa smuggling. And last September 1, Mr. Speaker, the President directed the Customs Commissioner to reshuffle his officials in the various regional offices. At binigyan po siya ng a few days ng ating Pangulo in order to comply. So ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, ito po ba ay naisakatuparan na?
Lagi tayong magkasama. Halos wala ho tayong meeting na hindi ho natin kinakalkal ang operasyon ng customs. At isa pong karangalan po ng Komitiba on Ways and Means na marami ho tayong napilit na magbayad ng dagdag dahil po sa mga ginagawa po natin. Sangayon po ako sa sinabi nyo na kung meron tayong katiting pa, halimbawa, sa ngayon po, ang steady state po natin is 9.1% GDP, 9.1% deficit to GDP. So anything that improves on that, which makes it 8.8, I will definitely agree that it should be spent on health in order to make the Philippines future ready, especially that kung meron kang siguro, masisisi tayo ng lahat. Kung wala ka natutunan sa mga nangyari, na halos magiba-giba ang buhay ng marami, lalo na mahirap ng ating ekonomiya. Tapos hindi mo paggagawin kung anong mga bagay para po mapasiguro na sa susunod, alam niyo po, lagi kong nababasa, bakit daw yung Thailand, Vietnam, Hong Kong, Korea, kasi mga tinamaan daw to ng SARS, tinamaan po daw to ng MERS-CoV, kaya po yung kanilang mga testing capacity, tayo po nagsimula ng testing capacity sa 250 per day. Ngayon lang tayo nakakarating ng 81,000. So ibig kong sabihin, Your Honor, na kung meron man po na makakapagpababa ng deficit from 9.1, not because of expenditure reduction, but because of improved collection efficiency, I think the best, the optimal use is for future-proofing the Philippine health system.
So tama po, kaya lang ang problema, Mr. Speaker, 13 billion lang ang nakaset aside po para sa COVID response sa taong 2021. Kaya po kanina po, yan ang isa sa mga una kong naitanong, kung sa tingin ba natin, yan na po ay sapat po para sa buong 2021. So, palagay ko po, medyo pitin pa ng kaunti yan dahil under Bayanihan 2 alone, which will span 3 months, 30.5 billion na po ang ating nilaan para lang sa health interventions. But anyway po, kung wala tayong update po sa reshuffling po ng officials ng Bureau of Customs, ang sa akin lang pong panawagan ay sana naman po gawin natin itong simple directive ng ating Pangulo. Alam naman natin na ang dami pong hindi nakokolekta dyan sa Bureau of Customs. So sana naman po we can have the assurance from the Commissioner that this can be done at the soonest possible time. At sana po i-report niya po sa publiko at sa Kongreso once that has happened. So ang next question ko po, Mr. Speaker, is ano po ang posisyon ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor pagdating po sa patuloy po na peso appreciation?
Hindi tayo gumagastos. So, hindi tayo maangkat. Hindi tayo maangkat po ng mga capital goods. Kaya po, wala tayong babayaran ng dollars. At pangalawa, masyadong pakawala gumawa ng dollars ang US. So, yung kombinasyon po ng dalawang ito, kung bakit po. Pero pag tinignan mo naman po sa buong Asia, dalawa lang currency po talaga ang lumalakas. Ang Pilipinas at nakalimutan ko yung isa. So, it must not be that the US is overproducing dollars. It must be that the Philippines is based on our current investment and production. Hindi tayo masyado pong gumagastos, kaya wala tayo masyado kailangan bayaran. So pag tinignan mo po yung importation natin, I think it's still 30% below. It's normal. Pero sa pananaw ko, ang kailangan po diyan trigger. Kaya ito pong Bayanihan 2, lalong-lalo na kung may sabay agad sa expectation, ito pong 2021 budget, yan po at ma-aproban po yung CREATE. Alam nyo naman po ang gagawin ng CREATE Halos lahat ng gusto ng create, magdala ka dito ng makinarya para makapag-create ka ng bagong trabaho. Kaya yung create, I think once we have create, I think our our peso would normalize back to the 50 to 51 level. But currently, it is a victim of our own inability to kulang sa investment, kulang sa consumption. Yan ang aminin ko. Baka, ayoko tumingin sa likod ko, baka iba ang gusto sabihin. Pero sinasabi ko sa iyo, bilang isang analyst, yan po ang dahilan kung bakit malakas po ang ating peso.
Tama po. Ang cause for concern lang, Mr. Speaker, is syempre magiging mas less competitive ang ating exports pagdating po sa global market with a very strong peso. So ang tanong ko po is, ano bang plano natin to promote our exports? Alam naman natin, Mr. Speaker, na 30% po ang kinocontribute ng exports sa ating GDP. So with a very strong peso, ang matatamaan po talaga dyan is ang ating export sector. So ano po ba ang balak ng ating economic managers pagdating po sa pag-promote ng ating exports?
Actually, exports follow trade. Trade follow investments. So any policy reform or structural reforms that promote investments in this country will actually promote exports because of the comparative advantage or the secular advantages of the Philippines. It makes more sense to use the Philippines as a base, especially given the global trends of people fleeing China or fleeing Hong Kong, or people trying to diversify their production base or their global value chain. Mga natuto na rin. Dahil kung minsan, yung isa nilagay lang sa isang bansa, tapos naikanda ipit-ipit dun, dahil nga po dun sa pandemic. So ngayon, mas maigi na para sa lahat na yung kanila pong production base ay nakakalat. So, I wouldn't be parang alos sasabihin ko ang savior of the Philippines is create. But I would say, new trade agreements, perhaps with India, new, I think, EPAs. I think we can, yung ating EPAs sa Japan, perhaps even with the US. I think we should go more than the usual menu wherein you depend on all these numerical or quantitative incentives, but rather go more forward by establishing better trade relations and investment relations with other growing countries. So, ang nakikita ko kasi, yung kanina sinasabi ko sa iyo na 440 billion na bigla na lang, mga BBB yun eh. Yung mga BBB na yun, kung pag umuwi ka ng Bicol, halos po yung Skyway, nandun na po, lampas na po ng Alabang. Pag pumunta ka po dun sa norte, so, para sa akin po, yung kang kailangan po siguro ng Pilipinas, because now we're investing in infrastructure, is ease of doing business, which means really reducing business registration to only 1 day, or making sure that the delivery of services to the people are cut down to less, that all these other registrations. So, sa pananaw ko, ma'am, it's beyond incentives. It's about having trade relationship. It's about having the necessary infrastructure. Kung gusto mo pandagdagan, siguro sa internet, mukhang nararamdaman ko, mukhang bibilis na. At siguro, pagdating po, isa na lang natitira, presyo ng kuryente. Yan ang hindi ko alam kung anong sagot.
With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, ako naman po, it's all about incentives. Sana naman po kung maging batas nga ang create, sana naman po sa pag-rationalize ng incentives ay talagang yan po will be tilted in favor of our export-oriented industries. Ang next ko na tanong po, Mr. Speaker, ay malapit po sa puso ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor. Ito po yung kanyang House Bill 79. Ito po yung NEDA Bill. Ito po yung panukalang batas na nagsasaad po na magiging department na po ang NEDA. At dito po sa bill na to, NEDA is institutionalized as an independent economic and planning agency. So gusto ko pong malaman, Mr. Speaker, ano po ba ang official na posisyon ng ating DBCC dito po sa NEDA bill na to?
I think the official position is, especially in times such as this, what you need more is coordination. What you need more is people interdependence rather than independence. So to the extent, Your Honor, given the spatio-temporal context within which such a proposal, even if it's in the Constitution, although I was the one who filed it and got it approved in the previous Congress, I would understand why there would be not hesitation, but rather diminution of interest in making NEDA an independent planning agency of the state. Pero sa ngayon po, sa pananaw ko po, lalo-lalo sa panahon ng pandemya, mas kailangan natin ng isang NEDA, DOF, DBM, at lahat po ng mga economic agencies ay sila po ay interdependent at sila po ay coordinated.
So, Mr. Speaker, agree po ako na talagang kailangan natin yan. Kung ang DOF po, ang kanilang focus po is on the revenue side, ang DBM naman po is on the spending side. Pagdating, kumbaga po sa basketball, kailangan natin ng referee. Kailangan natin ng tao pong nasa gitna. Kaya yan po, para sa akin, ang simpleng dahilan po kung bakit kailangan po natin ipasa itong NEDA bill po ng ating good sponsor. So pagtulungan po sana natin yan, Mr. Speaker. Anyway po, for my last set of questions, ang tanong ko po, Mr. Sponsor, is ano po ba ang estimate ng ating economic managers pagdating po sa poverty incidence? So prior to the pandemic, we were doing very well pagdating sa poverty incidence. Ang ating incidence ay bumaba from 23.5% in 2015 to an all-time low of 16.7% in 2018. Pero sa ngayon po, dahil sa dami po na nawalan ng trabaho, inaasahan natin baka tumaas po yan. So ano po ang forecast po ng NEDA pagdating po sa poverty?
Kailan FIES year? Hindi ko sinasabi maswerte sila, ha? Pero ang FIES year 2021. So, meron mo silang 2 semester para habulin yon. Yung isa po, ginagawa pag Enero, yung isa po, ginagawa pag Marso. So, pero kung ako tatanungin mo, dahil po sa ginagawa po natin, mukhang kaya po ng gobyerno na may balik lang o may balik natin sa 24 to 25% ang poverty and not more than that from the current 16%. It is, I think reasonable given the unemployment and correlation between unemployment, underemployment, and incomes and poverty. I think it is reasonable to say that poverty will go up from 16 back to 25%.
Sir Speaker, mukhang yan ang magiging reality, pero sa totoo lang talaga napakalungkot ng balita na yan kasi alam naman natin, Mr. Speaker, na napakadali pong maging mahirap, pero napakahirap pong graduate sa pagkamahirap. In other words, it takes generations for a family to exit poverty. Mabigat po yung intergenerational effects ng poverty. Pwedeng maging mahirap just by losing your job, pero para ma-consider na hindi na mahirap, ang daming kailangan mangyari, including keeping your children in school and having access to healthcare and all those things. So sana po ay lalo pang mabantayan ng NEDA ang paglobo ng poverty. Pero huli ko na lang pong tanong sa inyo, Mr. Sponsor, has to do with a community-based monitoring system na alam naman natin ay ito ang sistema for generating disaggregated data for monitoring purposes, lalong-lalo na po sa mga mahihirap at yung mga kailangan po na maging beneficiary ng mga social protection programs. So, ang tanong ko po dito is, magkano po yung budget, kung alam ng NEDA, ang nakalaan po para sa PSA, para po mapasatupad po nila itong CBMS?
Kinatay. Wala. Pero,
Mr. Speaker, it's
pero
terrible news.
maganda po yung ano mo na pagpapaalala na sa tamang panahon, siguro pwede tayo kumalkal ng mga ilang pesos. Kasi po, alam mo, yung governor ako sa Albay, hindi ko maantay ang FIES dahil every 3 years. So ginagamit ko ba talaga CBMS? At mas marami po ako napupulot doon kung asan sila, ano trabaho nila, bakit sila mahirap. So, ako naniniwala sa kahalagahan po ng CBMS. Pero, ang nakalagay po ngayon sa pag sinabi kong katay, hindi naman zero. 90 million. Pero, alam mo, sa akin, sa Albay, siyam na, that's only 9 towns. So, katay pa rin.
So, napakalungkot na balita, Mr. Speaker. And lalong-lalo na nung ini-implement po natin ang Bayanihan 1, yung simple pong listahan para sa SAP ay nahirapan na tayo. Kung sakaling nandyan sana ang CBMS, sana po, yan po ang nagamit natin para sa agarang pag-implement ng SAP. But anyway po, Mr. Sponsor, huli ko na lang
2.5 billion siya ngayon ngayong taon.
Opo. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, are you willing po to support House Resolution 1241, which calls for the increase in the budget of the Philippine Statistics Authority to 2.5 billion para masama na po dyan ang pag-implement po ng CBMS?
Actually, in my entire life as congressman since 1998, I always defended the NEDA family. So I always made sure na yung mga kailangan nila sa census, kailangan nila sa FIES, kailangan po nila sa APs, kailangan po nila ngayon sa ako po ay pipirma sa resolusyon na yung ihahatag na iangat po mula ang budget po ng PSA na dati 9.4, ngayon ay pinadapa sa 8 billion, na at least mapanumbalik natin yung 2.5 billion ng CBMS dahil paano ka gagawa ng matinong desisyon at saan mo ilalagay ang pera kung di mo alam kung nasaan ang mahirap.
Tama po. Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, pagtulungan po natin, suportahan po. Ito po ay House Resolution na inihain po ni Congressman Joet Garcia po. So maraming salamat po. That was my last question. I truly enjoyed po this conversation, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Because I can be truthful to you.
Thank you, sir.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next of our colleagues who wishes to interpellate our distinguished sponsor is Representative Mark Go of the Lone District of Baguio City. I move for Representative Go's recognition.
Before I recognize Congressman Marco, let me greet first a happy birthday, Chairman. You are now recognized, Chairman Marco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa lahat na nandyan sa Kongreso at yung nasa online. Will the sponsor be willing to answer some few questions that I would like to ask this afternoon?
To someone I truly respect for the imaginative leadership of the City of Baguio, certainly honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. The proposed budget of the President for 2021 is 4.5 billion pesos. I would like to find out how much is the automatic appropriation for 2021 out of this 4.5 billion or trillion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
For accuracy, may I just ask for not a suspension, just a few seconds. $1.419 trillion is automatic appropriations. That's basically ERA and debt service.
Okay. How much is the debt service there, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
I think for ERA, that's 680. For debt service is about 560 billion.
Does the ERA stipulated in the 4.5 trillion budget include already the amount that will be added in view of the report on was filed earlier, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker and Mr.
No.
So when to the total amount will be added, should there be if we will implement this decision of the Supreme Court on the Mandanas case, Mr. Chair.
2022,
Mr.
actually nakata-attend na po ako na pagkabahaba ng mga webinar ng DBM at pagkabahaba po ng mga slides. At siyempre makikita mo kagad doon na ang mangyayari, irerespeto po ng buong buo yung Mandanas. Subalit po may mga gawain na ginagawa ngayon ng nasyonal na sila na po ngayon ang magiging responsable. So, the answer is 2022.
2022. Doon po sa 2021 na expect natin, how much revenue are we going to generate in 2021 with the existing tax laws that we have in the country and non-tax revenues for 2021, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor?
Yung for 2021, dapat automatic. Punong-puno.
Dito po sa aking nabasa, nakalagay dito mga 2.7 trillion the expected revenue that we will generate in 2021. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
The revenues for 2021 is 2.717.
Yes, yes. So we expect a budget deficit of about 1.8 trillion, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
How much are we going to borrow this 2021, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Ang uutangin po natin, according to Secretary Dominguez, is the gross financing would be 3.025 trillion, and the financing mix is 85% domestic, 15% foreign, and the debt to GDP ratio is 58.1%.
Yeah, ang tanong ko po, ang budget deficit natin is about 1.8 trillion, pero ang utangin natin ay bakit 3.025.24 trillion? Bakit po ganon? Doble, more or less, it's more than, it's almost double yung utangin natin in 2021, considering the fact that our total deficit, as you indicated, is about 1.8 trillion. Ano po ang dahilan doon?
Kasi gross po yun. So, yung mga retirado natin ng mga teacher, yung mga pera na mga yan po, pag diniposito sa bangko, ay sila po ay nasa treasury bills. Yung iba po niyan ay nag-expire o nagmamature. So, ito po, kinikilala lang, pero pag tinignan nyo po yung net pa rin po ay hindi naman halos magkalapit lang po doon sa 1.749 nagkataon lang po na may mga maturities po, lalong-lalo na sa mga domestic borrowings.
But, Mr. Speaker, yung pong amount na yan, we are paying interest on the loan or borrowings of 3.025.24 trillion.
Hindi man po interest, Your Honor. Aros, ano po yan
Investment po.
replenish lang. O ang tawag dyan, parang nire-renew nyo lang po yung kung kayo po ay may investment na UITF o may investment po kayo ng time deposit, parang nire-renew lang nyo po.
Pero binabayaran mo yung interest o whatever you call it, itong mga perang either, let's say, ikaw ay bumili ng government bonds, binabayaran mo rin ito. And that is paid by the national government. Magkano po ba ang binabayaran nating either interest or dito po sa kinikita ng mga inuutang natin? Magkano po ang interest na binabayaran natin?
580 billion po ang interest.
580 billion. Hindi
Opo.
po kasama dyan ang principal, hindi po ba? Ang binabayaran lang natin, interest lang yung 500 billion.
Tama po.
So, kung isasama po natin yung binabayad nating amortization annually, magkano po yung amount na yan? Ang interest, sinabi nyo, 500 billion, yung ating interest, yung principal dun sa existing loan natin, magkano po yan?
Alam niyo po, nung sinabi ko po na ito na po yung, kumbaga, ano yung ibabaro mo, dahil yun po ang gagamitin mo para po ma-renew yung mga treasury bills, yung mga ROPs na inutang natin. Ito po ang sinasabi nating 3.2 trillion na, so kasama po doon sa gross financing na 3025 trillion, kasama na po dyan yung 580 billion na mako-cover po ng 3025 billion.
So, ang ibig mo sabihin niyan, tayo po ay nangungutang para bayaran natin yung interest at yung amortization natin sa ating inutang. Ganun po ba yun?
Kasi po, parang wala akong gobyerno sa buong mundo na alam ko na walang utang.
Tama po yun, tama po yun. Opo. Ngayon,
So, may nag-due po, may nagmamature. So, dahil nga po sa sovereign risk, ay yung sovereign status natin, basta ang gobyerno ang nangutang, renew lang ng renew po ang mga merkado.
tama po yun. Yun po yun. Ngayon po, as of today, magkano po yung total loan natin magmula po nung simula hanggang ngayon?
Ang alam ko, 9.1 trillion.
9.9 trillion.
9.1?
9.1.
9.6.
9.6 trillion. Ngayon po, kung tayo po ay mangungutang ng 3 trillion nitong 2021 at magbabayad tayo ng principal ng less than half trillion, so ang ibig pong sabihin niyan ang magiging loan natin, total loan natin sa 2021 will be almost the same, more than 9 trillion din ang ating loan sa 2020.
Theoretically po,
2021.
ang madadaglang lang po dyan yung interest. O kung mag-prepay ka po ng maturing loan principal. So, in general, yung 9.61 trillion po, ang kung sakasakali man po, halimbawa, wala kang prepayment o wala kang ang magiging outstanding debt mo lang ay yung 9.6 trillion plus yung 580 billion na interest na babayaran niyo po. Kasi yun lang talaga yung net financing na kailangan mo po. Dahil nga po, for the operations of the government.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung pong nabanggit nyo kanina na sinabi ninyo na tayo ay nasa Committee on Ways and Means, umapayag po tayo na ipasa yung mga tax measures na pinag-usapan natin sa Committee on Ways and Means as of the start of this 18th Congress, mga siyam na tax measures. Alam po natin na dalawa po ang fiscal tools ng ating gobyerno para may ayos pa natin ang ating ekonomiya. Una po yung budget, at ito nga ang tinatalakay natin ngayon, at yung pangalawa yung tax. Nabanggit ko kanina na gagawin natin itong mga tax measures na ito, pero ang implementation sa 2022, July 1. Ito po ba ay itutuloy natin sa mga naipasa na nating batas dito sa House of Representatives at yun ang ipapahayag natin sa Senado?
I just merely take guidance from the DOF, being the financial arm of the administration, that there will be no new exaction on ordinary people. And therefore, even if we are, kung piling-pili po yung mga buwis na inaproba natin, bilang hindi naman pagsunod, kundi pagkilala na yun ang tamang ekonomi na mas maganda, kahit approve na natin, eh, ipagpaliban natin, i-defer po rin, effective mga 7 bis na naipasa na po natin. Yung dalawa po nito ay batas na, pero meron pa po tayong 7 na nandun po sa Senado, although yung isa noon, yung create, ay pagbawas po ng buwis at hindi po pagdagdag.
Ako po ay sumasangayon sa inyong mungkahin na even if these bills will be approved in the Senate, ang effectivity nito should be in July of 2022. Para naman meron tayong maging pondo para hindi lamang para magbayad sa mga pagkakautang natin at saka yung interest, kundi masiguro natin na magiging maganda rin ang takbo ng ating ekonomiya sa mga susunod na araw. Mr. Chair,
Salamat
Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Sponsor. Ito pong ating budget ngayon, nabanggit nyo kanina na you are expecting that this will generate an increase, or in overall, the economy will grow in 2021 an average of about 6.5 to 7.5% in our GDP. Ano po bang mga considerations natin dito samantalang marami po tayong mga negosyo na medyo apektado na ngayon at ang recovery period niyan ay hindi naman nangyayari starting January?
Mga sources of growth.
Ano po ba ang batayan ng ganong projection? Kasi po alam ko na maganda po yung very optimistic tayo sa ating ekonomiya, pero ano yung magiging driver nito? Anong industriya sa ating bansa na magkakaroon ng strength ito para ma-push natin yung pag-grow ng ating GDP sa 2021?
Alam niyo po, Your Honor, ang kumbaga dun po sa demand side, dalawang side yan laging dalawa yan May supply side, may demand side. Yan po kung sa demand side po, ang magpapaigting, unang-una, ay syempre yung sinasabi ko kanina na halos nagdagdag tayo ng 280 billion sa DPWH, na binawasan natin ng 140, pero ngayon dinagdagan natin ng 140, so may 280. Yung naman, dinagdagan natin ng 100 billion, plus po, yung sa mga LGU na meron din po sila na share pagdating po sa kanilang ang pangalawa po dyan, sa kasaysayan po ng Pilipinas, hindi po tayo nakakita pa ng ganong kababa na ang ating po mga consumers ay naging masyadong konserbatibo, ayaw na umikot sa mega mall, So, pero sa pananaw ko, kung mapanumbalik natin, may restore natin ang confidence pamamagitan po ng pandemic strategy, magbabalik po sila. Hinahanap ko kasi po yung pagdating po sa mga industriya, ang tingin ko po na mangunguna siyempre dyan wait. Meron. Siyempre pagkain, healthcare, dahil masyado na tayong conscious, yung agri, yung digital. Alam niyo po, isa sa mga nakakabigla, pag kinumpare mo po yung labor statistic ng Abril, bumagsak po tayo ng 7.7 million. Pero nung Hulyo, 1.2 na lang. Hinanap ko saan napunta. Ang Pilipino talaga resilient. Nagpuntahan sila sa mga self-employed with only one worker. Ito po yung mga online sellers. So marunong po mag-cope o mag-adjust ang Pilipinas. So, ang pananaw ko na ang pinakamatindi po dyan ay yung multiplier ng mas mataas na infrastructure. Dahil yung BBB, yun po talaga magdadala, plus private investments, kung may approve kagad po natin at may launch po natin yung CREATE.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what about tourism? Do we see that this will be one of the drivers in 2021?
Nasaan yung NEDA? Can I ask for a repeat?
Yung pong tourism, Mr. Sponsor, would you consider that this can be a driver in our growth in our GDP in 2021?
Driver sa private businesses po?
Opo, kasi po doon sa nung tayo nagtanong sa NEDA, ang contribution ng tourism industry sa buong bansa in 2019 is about 12.7% contribution sa GDP. Ito po ba i-consider din natin sa 2021 and what effort we should do to ensure that we can more or less revive this industry. Probably hindi pwedeng biglaan po yan dahil we know the situation. But can it be considered as a driver? And what efforts we should do to ensure that this can be a major driver also in steering up the economy of the country and improve our GDP, Mr. Sponsor?
Actually, tama po kayo dyan. Kasi ang turismo po ang isa sa pinaka-horizontal na industriya. Alam nyo, isang turista lang ang lumipat ng kapitbahay, magta-tricycle yan, may kailangan niyang kumain, so magre-restaurant yan, magpapalaba po yan. So napakalaki po ng multiplier in jobs po ng tourism, especially sa domestic. Kailangan ayusin lang po natin yung patakaran natin sa transportation at sa ilalim po ng isang grupo, kasama po si Chairman Egay and Chairman Sharon and Chairman Claudine. Talagang pinupush po ng House of Representatives na kung pa po pwede na habulin na lang natin po kung ano man epekto ng mas maluwag na transportasyon sa pamamagitan po ng minimum health standards at sa pamamagitan po ng pag-angat po ng healthcare at pag-angat po ng hospital care. So sa ngayon po, nandiyan pa rin yung debate, may mga binuksan na po na mga provincial bus routes. Pero sa pananaw ko po, sa bago po, siguro pag ngayon magpapasko, mukhang yung mga albayano po, pwede na po sila mag-bus pauwi po sa Legazpi.
Thank you. Yung pong ito pong semiconductor at saka yung mga call centers o ito pong BPOs, would we consider this as possible industries that will help us steer up the economy?
Because where digital goes, electronics follow. Very simple. The principle is so simple. So, to that extent, since we know that digitalization of the economy globally and especially in the Philippines is now a national imperative, then I think electronics will return to as a growth driver of the economy.
Thank you po. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ako po ay sumusuporta sa pagpasa ng ating budget na 4.5 trillion. At alam ko na ito ay makakatulong para makarecover po tayo sa ating kasalukuyang kondisyon at gusto natin ang paggastos ng salapi ng ating gobyerno, lalong-lalo na ito pong 4.5 ay talagang dapat ay magastos po ito sa tamang paraan at makatulong talaga sa ating mga kababayan na ma-improve ang kanilang kabuhayan at ang ating ekonomiya. So again, at this point po, marami pong salamat at umasa po tayo na maipasa itong ating budget na ito sa lalong madaling panahon. Magandang hapon po at thank you, Mr.
Maraming
Speaker.
salamat. Alam niyo po, yung test the budget ko, ginamit ko po sa pag-create ng mga farm tourism sites sa Albay. 52 farm tourism. So yung amin pong mga taga-Kamalig o yung taga-Daraga, ay sila po ipaikot-ikot na at sila po yung nag-create na ng value added. So marami mo tayong magagawa para po may promote ang turismo sa ating bansa. Marami pong salamat. Huwag na po kayong magtanong.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Hindi na po. I will end my interpellation now. Thank you at magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay for his interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman, is now recognized for your interpellation.
Mr. Speaker,
Kababayan.
Can I proceed now? My questions are not adversarial. It is just to provide guidelines which would be our parameters with respect to general principles affecting the preparation of the national budget. Well, having said that, Mr. Speaker, will the distinguished sponsor yield to some interpellation?
Yes, Your Honor.
The members of the Congress, both from the House and the Senate, have no official participation in the preparation of the National Expenditure Program, or the NEP. Is this correct, distinguished sponsor?
I think we have the power of the purse.
No, it's not yet a question of the power of purse. My question is limited to whether members of the House and the Senate have any official participation in the preparation of the President's National Expenditure Program.
In, I think it's a practice many of us do, that we submit proposals arising from the demands and the aspirations of our constituents, and we bring them to the attention of the executive agencies for their consideration and the preparation of the NEP. So I think that is the biggest role that we have with respect to the preparation of the NEP.
In other words, members of Congress, through the executive departments or agencies, participate when they propose budgetary allocations to these executive departments. Is that correct?
I think not in a formal way, but in our political economy, that many of us, like me, if Barangay Mauraro or Barangay Bagumbayan is asking for this street, then I would submit that request to the DPWH. But in general, we don't have formal, direct participation in the crafting of the NEF because it is the exclusive role, based on the Constitution, of the executive. The President proposes, we dispose.
Well, that is correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. We do not have any official participation in the formulation of the NEP. So much so that the National Expenditure Program can be said to be the sole handiwork of the executive. Would you agree to that statement, Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yeah.
Distinguished sponsor?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. For this reason, the National Expenditure Program is also known as the President's Budget, or more accurately, the President's Budget Proposal in compliance with Section 22 of Article 7 of the Constitution. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Consequently, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, when the National Expenditure Program proposes 4.5 billion intelligence and confidential funds under the office of the President, this is the President's proposal. Is this correct?
Correct.
When the National Expenditure Program proposes a minuscule budget of 670.9 million for the office of the Vice President, the second smallest slice in the budget pie in the bureaucracy, despite its receiving the highest audit rating from the Commission on Audit. Again, this is the proposal of the President. Is this correct?
Yes, 679 million for the Vice President.
And when the National Expenditure Program allocates for funding infrastructure projects in disproportionate total amounts for implementation in the respective congressional districts, these are proposals of the President, are they not?
I'm really sorry. I did not get the question.
When the National Expenditure Program allocates for funding infrastructure projects in differing total amounts for implementation in the respective congressional districts, these are proposals of the President, are they not?
Yes, they are.
They are. There are some quarters or sectors accusing congressmen of inserting pork barrel allocations in the National Expenditure Program. What is your take on this?
In simple language, there is no pork barrel.
No pork barrel. Under the standards prescribed by the Supreme Court in Belgica versus Ochoa, are there pork barrel allocations in the National Expenditure Program pursuant to that decision?
Post-legislative intervention.
Yes, the case of Belgica versus Ochoa provides that there is pork barrel as a post-enactment intervention where legislators access the appropriation to identify, modify, or even revise project identification or secure fund releases or fund realignment unrelated to the power of the congressional oversight.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. And these are post-intervention after the enactment of the General Appropriations Act. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. Now, I'm just trying to make this clear in order to disabuse the mind of the public that at this stage of the budget process, there are pork barrel allocations in the National Expenditure Program as copied in the General Appropriations Bill for first reading. If the sponsor admit that there are no pork barrel allocations in the National Expenditure Program, the real issue, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, is not the infusion of pork barrel funds in the budget at this stage of the budgetary process, but the existence of inequitable allocation of funding for infrastructure projects among congressional districts. Will the distinguished sponsor agree to this assessment?
Yes, to a significant extent, yes, Your Honor, that the inequitable distribution is partly the basis for why there is concern over pork barrel inside the concerns about pork barrel.
Yeah. But I think it is not actually pork barrel because that has been defined already by the Supreme Court in the case of Belgica as a post-enactment intervention. It is a question of inequitable allocation of funds, particularly for infrastructure projects across the various districts. Is the distinguished sponsor aware of the existence of such gross inequities?
I think in general, Your Honor, that once the NEP is prepared by the executive, then it goes to Congress. And Congress now makes, it's the duty of the representative to make the voices of their constituents heard so that there will be no inequitable distribution of national resources.
Okay. Well, considering the previous admission of the distinguished sponsor, who candidly said that there are glaring or gross iniquities in the allocations under the NEP, which has been copied in the General Appropriations Bill for first reading. Now, what does the distinguished sponsor propose in order to resolve these inequities or not to aggravate these disproportionate allocations?
Without going to the extent of federalism, Your Honor, wherein the funds are given directly to people closer to the constituents, I guess, Your Honor, there are certain quantifiable caudal approaches which can make use of poverty, land area, the population density, and of course, plus growth potential and the role of a particular area to the overall, to the general economic strategy of that particular area. So, I guess, Your Honor, there are beyond a scenario wherein each congressman would scramble and try to get the most for his district, then there is, I think, a reasonable and feasible way of ensuring that the needs of the constituents of a particular districts are met.
I fully agree with the distinguished sponsor that in order to address these inequities, there must be equitable standards, verifiable standards, and viable standards in order to assess the needs of a particular district and the response to those needs in terms of budgetary allocations. And I think at this stage of the proceedings on second reading of the General Appropriations Bill, that is opportune for the leadership and membership of the House to establish and enforce those standards. Would the distinguished gentleman agree
Yes,
to that proposition?
I truly agree, but Your Honor, there must be on the other side the countervailing forces that there is a feasibility study, there is implementation shovel readiness, and then of course its consistency with the national priorities framework. So we must be able to, there must be a cohesion between the needs in order to make this priority, in order to make this determination of priorities, one must, kailangan banggain mo po yung mga pangangailangan po ng constituentes, yung mga totoong pangangailangan, at ito po ay atin pong ibangga sa kakayahan ng ahensya na ipatupad ito dahil masayang lang pera. Pangalawa, na ito po ay consistent po sa estratehiya na ipinapatupad po ng isang administrasyon.
Of course, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, these criteria were not enforced, were not applied in the preparation of the National Expenditure Program, so much so that there are glaring inequities in the allocation of funds. For example, in one particular district, so much been allocated, and compared to another district with a much lower allocation, there is a difference of about 3.8 billion pesos. And I think that is a gross disparity which we now should be able to redress and rectify. Would the distinguished sponsor agree?
I think, Your Honor, the leadership in during the hearing, during the caucus, I think it's an all-party caucus that generally established that the core principle for the allocation would be fairness. And fairness would be based on the needs of the constituents.
Well, I would agree with the distinguished sponsor, and I think he should take this up with the leadership in order to rectify this disproportionate and inequitable distribution of funds to support infrastructure programs across the districts. Now, Traditionally and almost invariably, the National Expenditure Program is copied by the House of Representatives as the General Appropriations Bill for first reading. Is this correct?
Yes, as a matter of practice,
Yes.
as being both chairman of appropriation.
Yes. And consequently, House Bill number 7727 or the General Appropriations Bill for 2021 is virtually a verbatim replica of the National Expenditure Program. Is this a correct statement?
Based on the committee secretariat, wala daw silang pinalitan maski isang kama o apostrophe.
The consistent and prevailing doctrine is that what the distinguished sponsor previously said is that the President proposes the national budget in the National Expenditure Program, but the Congress, more particularly the House of Representatives, disposes of the national budget in the General Appropriations Bill, which subsequently becomes the General Appropriations Act. Is this correct?
I was concerned. That's correct, Your Honor.
Consequently, the NEP is subject to review, modification, realignment, reduction, and augmentation by the Congress, more particularly the House of Representatives, subject to the limitation that the Congress may not increase the appropriation recommended by the President for the operation of the government, as is specified in the National Expenditure Program. Is this correct?
Correct.
In other words, the National Expenditure Program as copied in the GAB for first reading is not cast in stone.
It's not.
It's not. In the process of enacting the General Appropriations Act, the House of Representatives is more dominant than the Senate. Is this correct?
Because we have original jurisdiction, sir, yes.
Yes. Not only that, the Constitution under Section 24 of Article 6 provides that the appropriations bill shall originate exclusively in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. The role of the Senate then is to concur or propose amendments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and this is the institutional supremacy of the House in the process of legislating the General Appropriations Act. Is this correct?
That can be interpreted that way, Your Honor. I wouldn't want a debate, but certainly during the BICAM, both houses actually have co-equal powers over the final outcome of the national budget.
That is the practice which may be contrary to the spirit and phraseology of the Constitution, which says the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. And I think we should be able to exercise in the BICAM that institutional supremacy of the House of Representatives. Ideally, distinguished sponsor, the General Appropriations Bill must be approved on second reading after amendments have been proposed on the floor and accordingly accepted or rejected. Would you agree to that proposition?
That's the rule, but that rule has been practiced in a way that for a more systematic and orderly fashion, the House has allowed or essentially permitted the organization of a small group that can accept amendments coming from 306 members to almost as many items that there are in this, ilang pages ba yan? In these 3 volumes of budget, Your Honor.
And that's why I said I anchored my question with saying ideally it should be the case. But in practice, we do not do that. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, because we create a small committee which would effect the amendments even after the House has already approved the general appropriations bill on second reading. And I think we should be able to review this practice, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Now let me go to another topic. Under the Constitution, there is a principle that the judiciary shall enjoy fiscal autonomy, which includes a prohibition that the legislature cannot reduce the budget of the judiciary below the amount appropriated for the previous year. And after such approval, the appropriation shall be automatically and regularly released. Most probably, the distinguished sponsor is aware of this constitutional principle.
But certainly we can increase it.
Yes, no problem about increasing. Now, my concern is, would the distinguished sponsor recommend such a principle of fiscal autonomy to the constitutional officers, including the Ombudsman and the Commission on Human Rights?
I guess it's an acceptable proposition, Your Honor, that beyond CFAG, I think other institutions that require independence should at least, per force, at least from the start, enjoy fiscal independence, Your Honor.
And that should include what the Constitution has granted to the judiciary of no reduction of their budget lower than their current or last year's appropriation. I would fully support the distinguished sponsor in proceeding to have this policy in the crafting of the Bill Appropriations Act. For example, I noticed, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that in the Office of the Ombudsman, the personal services had been slashed and no capital outlay had been appropriated.
Vice President?
Yeah, in the Office of the Ombudsman. And also in the Commission on Audit, the MOE as well as the capital outlay had also been reduced compared to the 2020 budget or outlays. And I think if we follow the recommendation of that these constitutional bodies, including the Ombudsman and the Commission on Human Rights, should enjoy the same fiscal autonomy as the judiciary, then we will not be having this kind of reduction in their budget compared to their previous budget. I would strongly support the majority if there will be an agreement or consensus that we restore the last appropriations of the uh, various constitutional offices, including the Office of the Ombudsman and the Commission on Human Rights. At least to the 2020 level, Mr. Speaker.
With respect to the so-called CFAG, or the Constitutionally Fiscal Autonomous Group, which includes Ombudsman, which includes COMELEC, I think, Honor, we might need a little review because some of them, for example, had actually accumulated too much cash, and therefore sometimes they probably do not need incremental budget. On the other hand, Your Honor, some of them may have asked for one-time expenditure, like an acquisition of GSIS this year by the Ombudsman. So, but in general, Your Honor, as a matter of principle, I think it is a good rule to say that the Constitutional Fiscal Autonomous Group, as a matter of rule, that their budget should not be undermined, or I think the word is undermined, Your Honor.
Reduced. The word is reduced.
Well, I would say, Your Honor, reduced is
compared to their current or previous year's occupation. And that is the ambit of budgetary or fiscal autonomy granted to the judiciary, which should be extended to these other bodies, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for looking kindly into this proposition. Now, my last series of questions would be a follow-up to the questions previously asked. And may we know, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, how much of the 4.5 trillion proposed national budget could be considered as the country's additional response to COVID-19 pandemic over and above Bayanihan 1 and 2?
Iba na yung tanong. Yung nagastos kasi natin last year, umabot po ng 650 billion. 200 billion nun ay ginastos po basically para sa SAP. So, sa ngayon po, karamihan po ng mga kailangan natin para sa tatlong bagay, lalo na, unang-una, para po sa mga gamot o therapeutics, tayo po ay nakapag-ipon na napakarami po, ang Pilipinas po isa sa pinaka-well-inventoried na therapeutics. Pangalawa, yung pagsagawa po ng mga kwarantina para po, at pangatlo, yung pag-expand po ng mga ospital. So, ang nandyan po ngayon na increase na pangontra po ay para sa HRH. Yung budget po ng health, ng DOH, in-increase po mula 101 to 137 billion. Pero yung 37 billion na yun ay lahat po para sa PS. Kasi I think we anticipated, one, that this pandemic will not last tomorrow. And second, we made sure that we had the tools in order to confront if it gets protracted. So, yung dalawang bagay lang yan. Yung PhilHealth, wala naman halos dagdag. Yung DOH, dinagdagan lang ng 37, pero para po sa mga HRH or Human Resource for Health. So kung pag-usapan natin po yung mga commodities para po pangontra ng pandemya, masasabi ko po na halos nabili na po ng gobyerno.
I will not insist on getting an answer to my question, but I would request the distinguished sponsor to have this question studied by the appropriate government agency so that we will know and tell the people how much actually of the 4.5 trillion pesos will be considered as a response to the pandemic, in addition to Bayanihan 1 and 2.
Kung yung tungkol po sa mga economic, at the appropriate time, Your Honor, I am asking the Committee on Appropriations to make a more thorough and more deliberate listing of the incremental expenditure in the 4.4 trillion budget that pertains to na dagdag gastos po pangontra po ng pandemya.
Most probably this should come into absolute figures and presentation.
Yes.
So that we would know how much really is devoted out of the 4.5 trillion to COVID response, in addition to what we have already appropriated in Bayanihan 1 and 2. Now, from the outset of the pandemic, how much war chest has the country generated or accumulated from foreign and domestic borrowings for COVID-19 response?
I think it's $8.1 billion have been contracted by the government in loans.
Well, I think after that 8.1, some more had been received by the government in foreign grants or loans. And I would like to have an update on this. And also, on the other side of the ledger, how much had been generated through domestic borrowings?
It's 8.1 billion. I asked DOF, NEDA, BTR, and I asked everyone, sir, the common answer is 8.1 billion.
Is this both domestic or only foreign loans and grants?
Foreign.
Foreign. And may we know how much has been generated from domestic borrowings to support the national budget or even to support our response to the COVID-19 pandemic?
Tingin ko yung pinakamalaki kagad po dyan, yung inutang natin sa BSP, maabot po ng 386 billion.
Meron pa mas malaki dyan. Yung mga auction ng National Treasury with respect to the Premi bonds.
Pero yung iba po kasi, Your Honor, yun ay pang rollover lang ng mga maturities. Pero kung meron kang sinasabi na isang discrete na utang o loan agreement na pinirmahan para po sa pandemic, ang meron po yung in-access natin from the BSP charter na 386 ba? So out of the, pero pag binuo mo po yung 300 billion po na galing sa BSP, doon po sa iba pong mga utang, pero kaso fungible po yan eh. Yung iba po pangbayad po ng mga sa mga retirees na nag-invest. So, pero yung karamihan po, yung inutang natin simula nung nagkaroon po ng pandemya ay 1.96 trillion. Pero hindi ko po ma-attribute sa COVID yun.
It's all right. I understand that. Most probably, ang ma-attribute natin sa COVID response would be the foreign grants and loans which we were able to secure. But with respect to the domestic borrowings, these are all for budgetary support and there is no earmarking that for any particular expense like COVID response. But just to see the totality of our domestic borrowings, we would like to know how much had been generated so that we will be able to find out what would be the extent of our additional domestic borrowings.
I did not get the question, sir, in the statement.
Yan. Ganito yan.
I thought
Yung,
I thought it was like a guidance.
It's like this. For purposes of our COVID response, most probably it would be the foreign loans and grants we have secured, which would be for purposes of our COVID response. But with respect to the domestic borrowings, this will be all for budgetary support. But what I'm trying to drive out, Mr. Distinguished sponsor, is that we should be able to get the magnitude of foreign borrowings so that we will know how much domestic debt we have incurred, which eventually we will have to pay.
I think we have enough laws that provide for oversight with respect to our foreign indebtedness, Your Honor. And certainly, I think our oversight agencies are mandated by law to report on them. So I guess this is a direct order to the people behind me that they should make a report with respect to foreign indebtedness that were incurred with respect to COVID.
And also the domestic borrowings which we were able to generate for purposes of budgetary support.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Was being shown a previous answer to you, so I said that.
Could we include also in that directive a report on how much domestic borrowings we were able to generate for budgetary support, so that we will know the magnitude of the foreign borrowings added to our domestic debt, which we will have to pay eventually.
I guess that can be done. That can easily be segregated between those that are paid for rollover maturities and for those that are incremental deficit that needs to be financed.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Now, last issue is that the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas already granted us 300 billion for budgetary support. And under the Bayanihan 2, we have amended the charter of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas so much so that additional loans can be obtained from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, which according to Governor Jokno, it could amount to a vicinity of more than 200 of almost 300 billion additional. And most probably we should input this as part of our sources of financing our COVID response, as well as the budgetary support for the 4.5 trillion appropriations we are trying to approve, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Distinguished Sponsor.
So the question is?
We expect another tranche of a loan from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas pursuant to Bayanihan 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that should be added to our war chest, either for the COVID response or for budgetary support, Mr. Chairman. Is that
We
correct?
will max out the regulatory limits of 540 billion. So that's an incremental of 240 billion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, for accommodating my question.
Thank
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Representative Carlos Isagani T. Sarate from the party list Bayan Muna for his interpellation.
Honorable Carlos. Session suspended.
Cellphone ko. Cellphone. I studied my lesson pa.
Session resumed. Honorable Carlos Zarate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the good sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions on the subject matter of general principles and provisions, Mr. Speaker?
Siyempre.
Salamat, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Isa lang naman po ang subject matter ng aking interpellation dito sa general provisions. At ito po ay makikita sa Section 67 ng General Provisions and Principles, no, on savings. At isang mahalagang usapin po sa taunang pagtatalakay natin ng budget ay tinitingnan natin dapat kung meron nga bang savings na nagagawa ang pamahalaan. Ano? Dahil dito, kung merong savings, ayon sa ating konstitusyon, ay pwedeng gamitin ito para i-augment yung mga programs, activities, and projects ng mga constitutionally allowed offices to augment their budget. No? For example, the executive, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, the Judiciary. No? Dahil hindi naman lahat na ahensya ayon sa ating konstitusyon ay pwedeng mag-augment sila ng kanilang budget na nanggagaling sa savings. No? So, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, I'll start with a look back doon sa nangyaring budget presentation ng DBCC 2 weeks ago. During the DBCC briefing, Budget Secretary Wendell Abisado said na lahat ng savings every year, nalalaman na naman ng lahat dahil nasa sources of funds for every annual budget. Ito po yung sinabi niya. Well, tama naman po si Secretary Abisado. No? He is correct in saying that. But he is correct only up to a certain year. Because based on our research, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, from 2002, overall savings, it can be seen in the budget books through the so-called budgetary adjustments, but only up to the year 2015. No? First slide, please. So hanggang from 2002 hanggang 2015, makikita pa natin yung savings, no, overall savings, doon nga sa budgetary adjustments, no. So if you look at the slides, no, from 2002, there's a transfers from of 3 billion, 3.5 billion, and transfers to, no, na 3.5 billion din. So kaya zero, walang surplus, walang deficit. But beginning 2003, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, yung transfers to is 15 billion, pero yung kanyang transfers from is 15 billion, yung kanyang transfers to is only 14 billion. Kaya nagkakaroon ng surplus na 1 billion. No? So, if you look at the slides, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, from 2002 to 2015, makikita natin na merong panahon na merong surplus, meron ding panahon na deficit. No? So, note that there are surpluses, Mr. Sponsor, amounting to billions of pesos from 2003 to 2011. No? So my first question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, tama po ba yung figures na nakikita natin sa ating slides, sa PowerPoint? These figures, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, were taken from the NEP, no, of different years, no, from 2002 to 2015.
Ang daya-daya mo naman, 2015 pa yan, tsaka 2002.
Pinakita lang po natin yung historical, no? Historical presentation of fact.
Umulit tayo ng debate, pero bigyan mo ako ng oras na i-validate ito.
Very well, Mr. Sponsor, but I assure you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na yung mga figures na yan ay nanggaling sa ating NEP or National Expenditure Program at alam ng DBM yan from 2002 up to 2015. No? Anyway, if I may proceed, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Also, during that DBCC presentation and responding to the same question, DBM Secretary Abisado said that there are no more declaration of overall savings due to the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of the Disbursement Acceleration Program. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Kaya hindi na natin nakita, beginning 2016 up to now, 2020, no? Sa NEP na sinubmit sa atin ng Malacanang, yung usapin ng overall savings, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Because this is the third time that I'm defending the general principles and LAMSA and this particular area, mukhang hindi naman talaga nagde-declare ng overall savings eh. Yung dinideclare lang po, yung savings na gagamitin. So pag hindi naman nila gagamitin, hindi nila dinideclare na savings.
But Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, thank you for that answer. But my question is, from 2002 to 2015, nare-report ng executive yung overall savings. But from 2016 to 2020 up to now, no, sa bagong NEP na sinubmit nila, at ito yung pinagdidebatehan natin ngayon, ay hindi na po natin nakikita yung entry for the overall savings. No? And the reason given by the DBCC, especially the DBM, was that hindi na raw ito dinideclare because of the decision of the Supreme Court doon sa disbursement DAP case. No? But if I recall, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung DAP, dahil isa po tayo, ang representasyong ito, isa po sa petitioner doon, ang dineklara ng Korte Suprema doon na unconstitutional was the program. No? Disbursement Acceleration Program, through which savings and unobligated allotments were used to fund programs, activities, and projects that were not authorized by the General Appropriations Act. So, what was declared unconstitutional ay hindi yung savings. No? Ang dineclare na unconstitutional, yung pagpondo sa programs, activities, and projects na hindi nakikita sa General Appropriations Act. So, again, Mr. Speaker, through DAP, the meaning of savings was modified. No? Kaya dineklarang unconstitutional ng Supreme Court yon because DAP modified the meaning of savings, and savings were declared as such without complying with the requirements doon sa ating GAA. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, mula sa first statement mo kanina until now, I agree. Dahil tama po siya.
You agree? Thank you
agree.
for agreeing, Mr. Sponsor.
Ang issue lang yan kung ginamit sa mali. Pero procedurally, yun po talaga ang dapat. Arising na nga pa sa DAP decision at ang ginagawa na nga po talaga ngayon kung may isang departamento na kinukulang dahil po halimbawa sa Marawi, kinukulang ng pera, kailangan mag-declare ng savings at yun ay ilalaan para po ma-augment yung isang item na deficient. Pero overall, sir, your statements are correct.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, for agreeing to that. No? So you agree, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na dapat ang executive ay inuulat niya, no, through the NEP, inuulat niya dito sa Kongreso, no, kung ano yung savings in a particular year na nakukuha or na-derive ng ating pamahalaan. No? Because as I've said, no, nawala na doon sa NEP. So, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, in fact, noon, ang DAP was devised by DBM to address the supposed low capacity of the departments to obligate their funding, no? Supposedly to accelerate the disbursement of appropriation. Well, yung problema ng based on the budget presentation in the past days or weeks, no? The problem of low absorptive capacity of the department is still existing, as can be seen in our budget books. Kaya hinahanap natin yung overall savings, no? Dahil nga sinasabi nila ng DBM in the past years and even up to now na kailangang makita natin how the departments disburse their appropriations, no? So again, I have a figure here with the kind indulgence of the sponsor.
Alam
Yes.
niyo po, pangatlong beses mo na tinanong sa akin to eh. Pero lagi ko naman na ipapakita sa iyo na nasa NEP naman talaga eh. Kung ano lang talaga yung dineclare na savings at kung ano lang yung savings kung saan yung ginamit, lagi naman po nakalagay sa NEP. So, wala akong every year, like there was this one year, everybody was surprised that they thought that there was a 300 billion savings flowing over from the previous administration. But the administration on its first year merely declared 12 billion in savings, which was used for, I forgot, in 2017, Your Honor. But so, in short, Your Honor, there is some discretionariness. There may be savings, but it's only declared if there is an expedient need for it. So there's no need to declare it if you don't need it.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. So, that's the official reason. Are you saying, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na by 2016 NEP up to now, ay wala nang entry ng overall savings, no? May I inquire then, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, for 2019, how much savings were derived by the national government? And if it is, if these are savings, can the good sponsor relate to us saan nakalagay ito sa ating NEP? And even in the General Appropriations Bill, if it is stated there. So let's backtrack. 2018, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
OCD.
So 2018, the overall savings is 3 billion. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Hindi yun overall eh. Yan lang yung nakita nila na kailangan. So, yun ang dineclare nilang savings para magamit nila pang-augment.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. But in every NEP, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kaya nga dinidefine natin paano nare-realize ang savings, no?
I think, Your Honor, the solution there is really to make us affirmative special provision. That will essentially compel the executive department that things that I did not use, even if things that were saved or were not utilized, but were not, na hindi naman ginamit, must be declared. Because right now, the way it's structured, they only declare a saving if it's needed and it's used. So I think we just have to make, I think, a very affirmative mandate, perhaps by way of a special provision, that essentially will compel the executive to have a special section in the 3 volumes of NEP, essentially the monies or those allocations or authorizations that were not used and were not declared as savings and were not used for something else.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So what is the purpose then of placing Section 67 in our NEP, which is practically the same provision in previous NEP? Meaning of savings. Savings refer to portions of balances of any released appropriation in this act which have not been obligated as a result of any of the following circumstances. No? Completion, final discontinuance, or abandonment of a program, activity, or project for which the appropriation is authorized, or B, implementation of measures resulting in improved systems and efficiencies, and thus enabled an agency to meet and deliver the required or planned targets, programs, and services approved in this act at a lesser cost. So, there's a purpose, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kaya natin inilagay ito rito, dahil kung merong savings ang mga departamento, halimbawa, ang Department of Education, pinayagan silang mag-hire ng 1,000 teachers for the year. Pero nakapag-hire sila 500 lamang. Naturally, yung pondo para sa 500 na hindi nila na-hire will be considered savings. And are we now saying, Mr. Sponsor, dahil hindi naman ito, yung savings na ito, hindi naman gagamitin for the year, hindi na natin i-report. No? Itago na muna natin. Huwag na natin sabihin na merong savings. Is that what the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, is saying? Because he said earlier, we will only report savings if it is needed. If it is not needed, then there is no report for savings.
Because it is a prudential decision of a policymaker or an executive. We must read Section 66, 67, and 68 as being one whole body.
Yes.
In short, you want to augment, you better have savings. So the meaning of the savings is defined in 67. But who can? So it's defined in 66. So in short, Your Honor, this entire body of sections really is not a mandate or a compulsory, but it merely gives the executive, given the exigency, as many of us know, like this huge exigency called COVID, or a typhoon like Haiyan. In short, we need this provision, this 66, 67, and 68, precisely, Your Honor, because we cannot predict the future, and therefore you need at least guidance on precisely how governments would have prudential guidelines with respect to the use of government funds in confronting this sudden emergence of requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But with due respect, no, to the good sponsor, hindi po ba nararapat lamang na ang kapulungan ito, no, dahil tayo ang nagdidebate, nag-a-approve sa budget, at kung yung budget na yan na ating inaproba, no, we approve the budget after so much deliberation, and when this budget is implemented, no, the programs, activities, and projects are implemented, at kung merong halimbawa savings na na-derive ang executive, ay sabihan din niya ang Kongreso, Kongreso, noong 2018, ganito ang savings na aming na-accumulate natin. Yun po ang gusto nating punto dahil if the executive, since from 2002 up to 2015, find it correct, no, and prudent to report overall savings, ay hindi ko po maintindihan why after 2016 and up to now, sabihin natin it's a part of the executive prerogative, no, in the spirit of expediency, na hindi na niya iuulat yung overall savings. No?
Alam mo po, para tayong pumasok sa isang lugar na prosado kang tumambling, kasi yun ang rules. Ang suggestion ko, na isama na sa BESF, na kung sakasakali may mga ganitong sitwasyon na hindi nauubos, hindi nagagamit ng gobyerno, dapat ilista nila kesyo nagamit o hindi nagamit, o kung ginamit, paano ginamit. Kasi ngayon, pag binasa mo yung 66, 67, 68, ikaw pwede kang gumamit. Check. Pangalawa, may saving ka, i-declare mo. Pangatlo, saan mo ginamit. So kung absent one of them, there is no compulsion for the executive to declare one. So I think, as I've said, I'm making an affirmative suggestion that in the BESF, all these items that are in the nature of this unused allocation, etc., should also be declared, rather than only those that were used.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the suggestion of the good sponsor, no? To, at the proper time, probably at the sponsorship of the good sponsor, that in this General Appropriations Act for 2021, we will put a provision there that will compel the executive, no, to report to this Congress any savings that is derived from any project, program, or activity by the executive. No? Sa tingin ko po ay nararapat lamang yon in the spirit of accountability and transparency.
The entire DBCC, sir, has said yes to your proposal.
Thank you,
That
Mr.
in the
Sponsor.
next BSF, those items will be recorded as part of their regular reportage for our consideration of the NEP.
Thank you, Mr. Good Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Because as I have been pointing out, and you mentioned, probably this is the third time that I raised this point, no, in plenary during budget deliberations. Our national budget is actually beyond our government's capacity to spend funds. No? This is a major point in consideration of our ever-increasing national debt, no? Which I will discuss at the appropriate time. Now, to continue, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, okay, if I may continue, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I raised that, according to you, for the third time in this plenary since 2016, no? Because I am apprehensive that only DBM knows how much savings we really have. No? But anyway, on to my next point. Secretary Abisado also said that there are no savings from 2019 GAA, but this is contrary to what was reported, no, in the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act or Baho Law, no, and the DBM report on the COVID-19. Next slide, please, no, response funds, no. The Bayanihan Act law, in fact, directed the discontinuance in Section 4B of Republic Act 11469, discontinuance of appropriated programs, projects, activities of any agency of the executive, including GOCCs in the fiscal year 2019 and 2020 GAA, whether released or unreleased. So that's why in the report of made by the executive in the implementation of Bayanihan Act to Heal as One Law, sinabi nila doon na portion ng ginasta natin sa implementation ng Bayanihan 1 ay nanggaling sa savings. So, in truth and in fact, talagang merong savings, no? Now, according to the 2019 GAA, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, the meaning of savings are balances of portions of released appropriations, which are unobligated through discontinuance of PAP, no? And are considered savings. DBM said DBM cannot therefore deny that meron niyang savings sa 2019, no? Nasabi ko na yan dahil nga doon sa nireport nila yan sa Bayanihan Act to Heal as One. Now, I'm in these current provisions on savings, I observe, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that the DBM again expanded, no, the meaning of savings and in fact introduced a new provision or a new qualification on how savings will be derived, no, in Section 67. This is a departure from provisions, for example, in 2019 and even in 2020. No? I'm referring, Mr. Chair, to this provision on
Section 67, specifically paragraph 3.
Pero 231 ba yan?
And if I may read it on the record, Mr. Chair. No? Section 67, meaning of savings. So the usual meaning of savings. These are savings are referred to portions of balances of any released appropriations in the Act which have not been obligated as a result of the following: completion, final discontinuance, or abandonment of a program, activity, or project for which the appropriation is authorized, or implementation of measures resulting in improved systems and efficiencies and thus enabled an agency to meet and deliver the required or planned targets, programs, and services approved in this Act at a lesser cost. Allotments that were not obligated due to the fault of the agency concerned shall not be considered savings. No? These are common provisions in the previous definition of savings. What is new in this NEP 2021, for NEP 2021, is the insertion of this proviso. Notwithstanding the foregoing, final discontinuance or abandonment of a program, activity, or project, whether released or unreleased, allotment for which remain unobligated may be declared by the President as savings in case of a declaration of a state of national calamity, as may be necessary to augment deficient programs, activities, or projects in the Executive Department or special purpose funds that are necessary to immediately address the existing calamity. May I inquire, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, what is the reason or the rationale behind this new definition of savings by inserting this paragraph, notwithstanding, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Alam niyo po, tayong gumagawa ng batas, yung limitation as to the word savings or the limitation as it not being coming from discontinuance is not in the Constitution. It's an act of Congress. And to the extent that it was 67 billion of that was used by the President from discontinuance by the use of Bayanihan 1. So there was this, how would you call it? Napag-isipan po ng DBM, mukhang mainam na gamitin na natin to din sa NEP. So, pero kung talagang hindi ako magpapakamatay kung tanggalin natin to.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I recall, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ang naging kasagutan ng DBM during their budget presentation is they inserted this provision as anticipatory action from the executive. They anticipated now that there will be calamities in the coming years. But will the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, agree that if it will be so in the next years to come, the prudent manner or the act that the executive should do is to come to Congress, just like what they did this year, in March of this year. In the midst of the pandemic, they asked Congress to pass a law, and that was Bayanihan Act Tuhilas 1, where Congress debated on the proprietary and the reasons why we will give a special power to the President to realign and augment, realign funds and augment existing projects, activities, and programs. Will the good sponsor agree that it's better for the executive to come to Congress when a so-called state of calamity will come in the years to come, rather than place this provision that will in effect give the executive a blank check, a authority to just realign the funds, the entire budget approved by Congress, deliberated by Congress, debated by Congress, but immediately when it is about to be implemented, because of this provision, it can just be realigned by the executive. Can we hear a response from the sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
There we have law newly approved here, the Department of Disaster Resilience. It properly defines what a disaster is, what is an emergency, where you might resort. And I guess, Your Honor, the domain for defining where those funds can be sourced, I think must be properly located in the budget, because that is the BASF. In short, Your Honor, it is up to us if we want to continue the discontinuance. But in general, Your Honor, we have already properly defined disaster. Now we need to define where we can get the money in order to confront those disasters.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, because that is truly the power of the purse, no? For Congress to debate how much funds, where to get those funds, and how this will be expended. But again, if we will allow this provision in the new meaning of savings under Section 67, this is an act of self-castration, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. No? Dahil next year, after we approve the budget, it's easy for the executive to say that there is a calamity, we will realign all your programs, activities, and projects in this particular district or area or region. No? We will no longer implement that because there's a calamity. No? And by so doing, the executive can declare these discontinued projects as savings. And because these are savings, the executive can use this to augment whatever the executive wishes. No? So yun po ang epekto nito. And in fact, if I may relate it, next year, talagang mangyayari yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, because just recently, last September 16, President Duterte already declared, through Proclamation number 1021, extending the period of state of calamity up to September 2021. So, meaning, since the state of calamity is now extended for next year, by January 1, after we approve this budget, if it will be approved and passed at the end of the year, by January 1, theoretically, the executive can say, oh, we will realign all this budget, no? Because there is a calamity, and by virtue of Section 67 of the General Appropriations Act of 2021, the executive is allowed, no, to realign. So, yun po ang dapat pag-isipan ng kapulungang ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. In Bayanihan 1, pumunta ang executive sa Kongreso, pinagdebatihan natin, inalam natin ang kadahilanan, bakit kailangan mag-realign ng mga programa, activities and projects. Inalam natin magkano ang dapat payagan sa Bayanihan 1. At yun ang nalalaman ng batas ng Bayanihan 1. Itong nakaraan, nagpasauli ang kapulungang ito ng Bayanihan to Recover as One. At ganun din, inalam ng kapulungang ito at ng Senado magkano ang dapat na pupunduhan. At yun ang dararapat. But if this provision will not be removed, no? And it will be placed here in the General Appropriations Act of 2021, pasensya na po at talagang dinidiin ko yan. No? Wala nang debating mangyayari dito sa Kongreso. No? Hindi na pupunta ang executive sa Kongreso next year at i-justify nila bakit itong 4.5 trillion na ito ay pwede naming i-realign. No? At hindi na namin i-release yung mga pondo para sa mga programa, activities and programs ng mga ganitong rehiyon o ganyang rehiyon.
Tama.
Tama po ba yun? O
Tama.
gusto po ba nating mangyari yun?
Kailangan may basehan kung bakit diniscontinue. Hindi mo basta-basta lang, kesyo hindi mo gusto yung mukha ng congressman, ipapadiscontinue mo na. Kaya nga, tama.
So,
Tama
thank you,
na
Mr.
dapat pag-isipan kung itutuloy natin na yung biglang pagsulpot ng discontinuance na galing sa Bayanihan 1, biglang sinaksak sa NEP.
Yes.
So naniniwala po ako na dapat ito mapag-usapan at kung kailangan lagyan ng mga parametro para mas mapasiguro natin na hindi naman masyadong sobra ang binibigay nating leeway o fleksibilidad dahil nabubuhay tayo sa isang masasabi nating political economy kung saan ang budget ay nagagamit kung minsan. So, tama ang sagot ko po.
Salamat, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. At sana po at the proper time, no? This new provision on the meaning of savings in the 2021 NEP will be scrapped, no? During the period of amendments because this will cause more harm than good, no? As it will give the executive unbridled power to take control of the national budget. No? As I have stated earlier, it will castrate the power of the coin purse of Congress. No? Coin purse na lang nga yung power natin. No? Pag pinayagan pa natin itong provision na ito. As a last point, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I observed, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that in the 2016 and 2017 GAE on the meaning of savings, pwede bang ma-flash sa PowerPoint? There is this provision in 2016. No? Andyan pa rin yung meaning ng savings, but at the bottom of the, I don't know if the good sponsor can read that, no? But again, it's in section 73 of the 2016 GAA. It states, provided, however, that the savings may likewise refer to available balances of appropriations arising from unused compensation and related costs pertaining to unfilled, vacant, or abolished positions, non-entitlement to allowances and benefits, leaves of absence without pay, and unutilized pension and retirement benefits arising from death of pensioners, disease in the number of retirees, or other related cases. So, that provision, again, makita rin natin yan sa 2017. Nandun pa rin yung provision na yan. But in the succeeding GAA, ay wala na yung provision na yon, Mr. Chair. So my question related to that, are these provisions still operative? The provision that I just read a while ago, that savings may likewise refer to available balances of appropriations arising from unused compensation and related costs pertaining to unfilled, vacant, or abolished position, etc., etc.
2017 ba yan?
2017, 2016, 2017, nandyan yung provision na yan.
Nasa NEP? Ay, nasa GA?
Nasa GA.
Antay na yun. Sakit na ng likod ko. Oy, Secretary.
Tinanggal yung yung sa PS na list of PS savings kasi mayroong particular section na ngayon na pag mayroon kang savings sa PS, you can already use for other PS requirements. So, hindi na, kaya tinanggal na namin doon sa original sa version of 2016-17. Because after the DAP na, sabi ng Supreme Court, basta may unfilled positions na may savings na, pwede mo na siyang gamitin. So ngayon, sir, nasa anong section na yan?
Special Volume 1B, page 806.
Na-automatic pag may natira na pwede mo for other fees.
Yun ba nawala? Pa, pwede naman tingin ko, wala man problema kung i-retain natin yan eh. Basta yung sinabi ng Supreme Court na pag PS, pwedeng gamitin sa PS lang.
Yes.
So, ewan ko kung ano pinagdidebatehan nyo ng mga to eh. Makukulit lang itong mga to eh. Gusto nila sila masunod. Pero ang sinasabi ko naman, kung wala naman talagang pinag-aawayan, bakit ba tayo nagpapakatagal dito?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. I asked that because if it's not already, existing, I wonder, because there are now 150,000 unfilled positions in the government. And if it were so, every year, savings po ito. No? Dahil every year, pinupunduhan naman natin ito. No? So, pero tinanggal yung provided na yan doon sa succeeding GAAS. So, that's my point, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Kaya dinidikdik ko yung savings. No? Dahil dito pa lamang, savings uli yan. No? At ang usapin ng savings ay talagang mahalaga. No? Dahil hindi lang, dahil ilang beses na nagkaroon ng kaso sa usapin na ito, lalong-lalo na yung leading case no, ng Araulio versus Aquino doon sa DAP case. No? Mahalaga po na malaman ng mamamayan kung paano ba ginugugol ng pamahalaan ang ating napakalimitadong resources, lalo na ngayon na lumulobo rin ang ating utang at meron naman kahit na lumalaki ang ating budget, lumulobo ang ating utang, eh ngayon nalaman natin na meron palang savings. No? At ang savings na ito ay dapat inuulat ng ehekutibo sa kapulungan ito at sa mamamayan. At bilang panghuli, wag ho nating hayaan no, na ang ating kapangyarihan, itong tinatawag sa konstitusyon na power of the purse, ay makastraight, no, mawala. No, dahil sa isang probisyon na parang napaka-inosente, pero ang ibig pong sabihin nito ay tinatanggalan ng kapangyarihan ang Kongreso na pagdebatihan kung paano ba gugugulin ang ating napakalimitadong pondo. No? Dahil if this provision allowing the President to realign the entire budget no? By this inserting this provision taken from the Bayanihan Act next year, the entire 4.5 trillion theoretically can become savings. And because it is savings, it can be used by the executive to augment. It's a big pork barrel actually mangyayari doon. No? It's a presidential pork barrel dahil pwede na niyang dalhin kung saan niya gustong dalhin theoretically yung entire 4.5 trillion.
Yeah. Pero nakita naman natin yung mismong pinakita mo kanina 3 billion, 6 billion, na halos since 2016, hindi naman talaga siya ginagamit, dineclare as savings at ginamit pang augment. So, iniingatan din talaga yung DAP decision. Kaya ang sinasabi ko, kung may malaki ang gamit nito, yung paggamit po sa Bayanihan 1. Kasi nga, tayo na mismo nagsabi, wala tayo masyadong pera, kaysa dumaan tayo sa karayom, o yung buong budget, gamitin mo kung alin dyan kung ang sa tingin mo dapat i-discontinue, yung dapat na gamitin muna natin panlaban sa pandemya.
For as long as pinagdebatihan ng Kongreso yan next year, Mr. Chair, I don't think, Mr. Sponsor, I don't think may problema doon. No? But in this manner, talagang blank check lang yan. Bahala ka na, executive, next year. No? So, I'm glad that the good sponsor earlier said, no, that this has to be truly re-examined, this provision. No?
No, we'll take it out.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Unless there are parameters, it should be taken out.
Thank you. So I will end now my interpellation to the good sponsor. Thank you for graciously answering our questions to clarify some points, no? Especially in this issue of savings.
Thank you for-
Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you for sympathizing with my inability to sit down. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend interpellations on the general principles and provisions of the proposed 2021 national budget.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, we'd like to remind all of our colleagues about Section 94 of Rule 13 of our rules. The second paragraph of Section 94 reads that during budget deliberations, a member shall not be allowed to speak for more than 30 minutes in debate, provided that a second round of interpellations may be allowed upon motion of the majority leader. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, the majority and the minority came to an agreement that with regard to Deputy Minority Leader Zarate and Assistant Minority Leader Kimbo, that we would allow them to have some leeway with regard to their time. But after the two of our colleagues have interpellated already, we will be strictly enforcing the 30-minute rule in Section 94 of our rules. So we'd just like to make that reminder to our colleagues, Mr. Speaker.
So to all our interpellators, please take note of the time limit of your interpellations under Section 94 of our House rules. Majority Leader.
So at this point, Mr. Speaker, we'd like to, we now move that we consider the proposed budget of the Department of Finance, including attached agencies and corporations. And for that purpose, I move that we recognize Representative Horacio Swansing to sponsor the proposed budget of the DOF and attached agencies and corporations.
Honorable Horacio Swansing is recognized.
Next na lang, sikit. Mauna ka na. Next na lang.
Paano? Suspended mo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session.
Session suspended.
Sana. Tatlo lang. And sa NEDA, tatlo lang.
Tatlo lang lang? Bakit na-suspend ang general? Ayaw na. Pagod daw siya. So, sino ang...
Kaya naman natin mapag-aralan.
For this one, kung Benny, and then kung dalawa sa taas. Ito lang. So, wala na itong lahat. Tama naman, dire. Same. Kasi kung wala pa, hindi pa dalawa. At least naman.
Hindi, antayin muna natin si 30 minutes.
Alis. Nakalis.
Gusto na maglaro, di laro tayo. Siyang president, ako majority leader. Saan ba tayo? Sige. Ano? Sandali. Baka na kayo mag-ipos mo. Ulat ka. Yeah. Wala eh. Saan yung notes? Saan yung notes niyo?
Pag-speaker ka naman.
Game naman. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the gentle lady Arlene Brosas to ask questions. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Arlene Brosas is recognized to interpellate our sponsor.
Tita Franz, wala pa Tita Franz. Wala pa eh, wala pa. Balik ko na. Balik ko na pare. Wala eh. Sige na. Mr. Speaker, since the Honorable Brosas cannot be reached through Zoom, I move that instead we recognize the Honorable Kaloy. Oh, she's muted. May I please ask the technical staff to unmute
Thank you.
the distinguished lady from Gabriela Party List.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, she's there now.
Representative Brosas, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may the good sponsor yield to some of my questions.
Go.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may you please recognize the distinguished sponsor of DOF, Congressman Swansing, to answer the questions.
Yes.
The time has already started, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Representative Swansing has already been recognized. Your Honor, please proceed with the interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, before I answer the questions of the Honorable Congresswoman Brosas, may I first read my sponsorship speech, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, please proceed, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, and all our guests gathered physically and virtually, I am tasked to present to you the budget of Department of Finance and the tax agencies 2020. Never in our modern history has the Philippines faced COVID-19 apart from public
This caused a worldwide economic contraction, a decrease in our revenues and foreign remittances, and also a stark decline in local economic activity. Each of these have their share in tempering our national economic forecast in the short term, in discouraging market and consumer confidence, and most importantly, in threatening the socio-economic well-being of our citizens. As our country tries to navigate through this unprecedented economic and financial upheaval, the Department of Finance is one of the agencies at the front lines steering our economy to safer ground. Early on, the DOF and its attached agencies recognized the potential compounding consequences of the pandemic and proactively crafted and implemented policies to mitigate the effects of widespread lockdowns on our local economic networks. In March, the DOF worked with Congress, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the NEDA, and other government agencies to formulate and enforce programs aiming to cushion the economic impact of the pandemic on the country, particularly for small business owners and average workers. Revenue-generating agencies also swiftly buckled down to ensure the availability of funds for our pandemic response. The Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Bureau of Customs expediently recalibrated revenue collection, enforcement, and administrative operations, resulting in a total revenue collection of 1.7 trillion pesos from January to July 2020, just 7% lower than the same period last year. Non-tax revenues also posted double-digit growth from January to July 2020, driven primarily by the Bureau of Treasury's revenue for the period, which grew by 87% year-on-year to 190.9 billion pesos. Moreover, the DOF has successfully secured supplementary financing sources to provide for the large expenditures needed to counter the adverse socio-economic impacts of the pandemic. The swift and forceful actions of the Department of Finance during the early months of the pandemic were made possible by economic reforms that have been spearheaded by the department these past few years. Due in part to the partnership built by DOF and members of Congress, our economic managers have been able to prudently build the scaffolding for a sustainable economic expansion. The successful passage and implementation of tax reform initiatives have paved the way for better fiscal management and improved tax administration, resulting to a growing public revenue base along with our rapid economic growth rate of 6% per year during the decade. Before the pandemic, government revenues reached a record level of 16.1% of GDP, and our tax effort had reached 14.5%, the highest in 22 years. Moreover, in pursuit of more broad-based sustainable development, additional revenue from modernization, automation, and enforcement policies within the Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Bureau of Customs have buttressed expenditures for our build projects, universal health care, free college educations, for peace, and other social programs. These reforms have allowed us to rely more on our public revenue base for key development projects and averting potentially dire risk posed by over-reliance in the global credit market. While we now face challenges and uncertainties during this global public health crisis, the efforts of our economic managers and revenue collecting bodies have put us in a more stable footing than
developing countries during the course of this pandemic. While our ship was taken, indeed, we did not capsize. We have survived the initial onslaught by the pandemic. This crisis will last well into 2021 and beyond. Therefore, as the Department of Finance has assumed a leading role in navigating us through uncertainties during this pandemic, now more than ever, it has to be empowered through its 18.28 billion peso budget for fiscal year 2021. In 2021, the DOF has a Herculean task of raising revenues of our continued COVID-19 response, of bringing our economy back on a road of recovery. This proposed budget will equip the department with the support necessary to build on its previous successes and accomplish this task, while managing threats of lower investment, higher unemployment, and slower progression in global trade and supply linkages. Empowering the DOF through its 2021 budget and by passing the Feast, Create, and Guide bills will also reestablish confidence in our markets and aid the recovery of our MSMEs. We also have to strengthen the anchors of our revenue collecting agencies, the Bureau of Internal Revenue and the Bureau of Customs. We need to provide them with much support as possible to ensure their efficacy in securing much needed revenue. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, then to also appeal for the Bureau of Customs 2021 supplemental budget amounting to 4.4 billion pesos. As a response to direct instruction from the President, the Bureau of Customs has proposed programs within the supplementary budget in order to address systemic gaps in enforcement and implement programs for more efficient trade facilitation, border control, and revenue generation. Particularly, the creation of the Customs Border Protection Service will provide a controlled and timely response against smuggling and other fraudulent activities at our borders and other high-risk entry points around the country. The implementation of comprehensive baggage, container, and vessel inspection and monitoring systems will also aid the Bureau of Customs in continuing its commendable performance in apprehending illegal importations and shipments this calendar year, which as of September 20 has reached a total of 8.8 billion pesos. The construction of a new central office in Clark will, upon completion, further provide for more efficacious implementation of the Bureau's programs through a faster diffusion of responsibilities to local offices and quicker response by customs officials to issues that may arise in areas outside Manila. My esteemed colleagues, besides posing immediate health risks to our citizens, this pandemic has forced them to bleed their income streams dry to provide for their families. The precarious times we live in continually reduce the number of Filipinos' families staying afloat from one day to the next. We cannot let such condition continue. We must provide our economy with stronger, rather, to keep us going through the challenges of these times. I thus seek your support for the approval of the budget of the Department of Finance and the attached agencies. With an empowered DOF, we have a better chance of fully riding out the storm we are in, of recovering and realizing our dreams for more prosperous, equitable, and dynamic Philippines. We have all been working toward the collective vision of every Filipino, matatag, maginhawa, at panatag ang buhay. This pandemic may have temporarily derailed us from this goal. But with empowered government agencies in 2021, we will reignite and keep aflame this hope for every Filipino. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. We now recognize again Representative Arlene Brosas to interpellate our distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a while ago we recognized the Honorable Brosas to interpellate and ask questions from the budget of DOF. If she withdraws her desire to interpellate for the meantime, we can recognize the distinguished minority leader. So it's up to the Honorable Brosas to withdraw her intent to interpellate for the meantime.
Yes. May we ask Representative Brosas if she would yield to the minority leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will yield to the minority leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Minority Leader for his 30-minute interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Our distinguished minority leader, Representative Benny Abante, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Congresswoman Brosas, for giving way to you, the minority leader. I would guess, Mr. Speaker, that our commissioners of the BAR are with us today through Zoom. Am I right, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Well, almost 7 months into the COVID-19 pandemic, and the government is low on funds. Now, this is an expected effect of the limited business operations and prolonged lockdowns. To collect additional revenue at the least administrative cost, the BIR issued Revenue Regulations number 2120, granting taxpayers the opportunity to self-assess their tax liabilities and pay any perceived deficiencies through what is termed to be the Voluntary Assessment and Payment Program, or VAPP, for taxable year 2018. In this program, taxpayers are allowed to self-assess and pay additional taxes without the participation of revenue officers. This way, the BIR will be able to collect as much taxes as it can without conducting actual audits, saving on personnel costs, while promoting the health and safety protocols mandated by the DOH and the IATF. In the present situation, and without VAPP, when an audit is being conducted and the revenue officer discovers tax deficiencies, whether intentional or unintentional on the part of a taxpayer, and the revenue officer is corrupt or unscrupulous, the taxpayer will be at the mercy of the revenue officer. The taxpayer will be forced to pay a minimal deficiency tax to the government and a large portion of his supposed savings to the revenue officer, or as we call it, for the boys. If the VAPP is institutionalized as an amendment to the National Internal Revenue Code, the taxpayer will have the option to self-assess and voluntarily pay deficient taxes even if there is an ongoing audit. This way, reason for the recent issuance
of the Revenue Regulations number 21, 2020. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, the program stated by the Honorable Minority Leader, as per BIR sources, is only temporary for the year 2018. It is not an amendment to the National Internal Revenue Code, Mr. Speaker.
So, when the VAPP was actually implemented, the BIR would say that this is a quick source of the revenue without personal audit by revenue officers.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. For the record, for the year 2019, BIR has collected from tax amnesty on delinquencies and estate tax amounting to 4.76 billion from 23,912 availers.
Okay? Now, kung wala po itong revenue regulation na ito, number 21, 2020, is there a way for taxpayers to self-assess and voluntarily pay their perceived deficiency taxes?
Mr. Speaker, the taxpayer can amend his revenue or BIR return as long as that period, within the period of 3 years, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, this regulation, Revenue Regulation 2021-2020, was only implemented once and it was not anymore implemented?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, for the year, only for the year 2018.
So it means that there will no longer be any time in which the Revenue Regulation number 21 to 2020 will again be implemented? Or is it only once? O tuloy-tuloy po ito, continuing po ito sa pangangailangan?
Mr. Speaker, it will only be implemented for the year 2018 and it will not be cascaded into the succeeding years.
So wala na po ito, this revenue regulation. Isa
Yes,
lang
Mr.
po ito,
Speaker.
bes. Wala na.
Wala na. 2018 lang, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I would like to find out why did the BIR put up a revenue regulation like that and it is only implemented once?
This was implemented only in 2018 because this is one of the quick sources of revenue collection for BIR, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Without personal contact and communication with the revenue officers, is there a way to commit graft or corruption under Revenue Regulation number 21-2020? Is there any way?
Mr. Speaker, this is a voluntary self-assessment for taxpayer, and we would like to emphasize there is no contact policy prevailing right now in BIR, wherein the taxpayer or the revenue officer can interact with the taxpayer, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I would think that this would be a good regulation. Would you think, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Speaker.
Now, if there is none to minimal corruption, because there is no contact or communication between the taxpayers and the revenue officer, Mr. Speaker, what would be the adverse effect of institutionalizing the voluntary assessment and payment program into a law, amending the National Internal Revenue Code?
Mr. Speaker, I was informed that BIR is now undergoing a lot of ICT or computerization programs within the Bureau. The purpose of this program is to minimize the contact between the revenue officers and the taxpayers. So I think the minority leader has a good point of why we should not continue the practice of this. But I was informed that these computer programs will address that problem, Mr. Speaker.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the regulation number 21-2020, the BIR is not amenable in putting that into a law of the NIRC.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The BIR will implement or will incorporate this into the computer programs that are being implemented within the Bureau, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if that is a good regulation to be able to minimize corruption, why would the BIR not be amenable for the voluntary assessment and payment program, which they themselves did, so we could be able to incorporate that into a law?
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, BIR is amenable to the suggestion of the minority leader. And I think I will personally communicate with the Commissioner to look into this proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can we be provided with a copy of their proposal on how to be able to minimize corruption if they will no longer make use of the VAPP?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
We will
provide the honorable.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we expect the copy of their proposals on that. I'd like to let the BIR know, Mr. Speaker, that this representation is a very good taxpayer. Because I believe that taxes should really be paid in the most honest way. Now, may I inquire, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, if the Bureau of Internal Revenue has a record of their forfeited properties, assets, or FPA, and property, plant, and equipment, or PPE. Do I have a record, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, provide the Honorable Minority Leader with the list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, because this representation would like to request a copy of those documents. Because my next question will still be in relation to their forfeited properties assets, FPA or PPE. So the question is it true that you have an unrecognized FPA in the total amount of 431.037 million and 197.393 million in a total amount of 628.430 million? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, per the record of BIR, there are 152 FPA items with total value of 417 million. The comment of the BIR is that these properties titled under the name of ROP with validated proof of ownership and supporting documents memorandum have been sent by FAMU to the concerned RRs that have physical jurisdiction of their properties for purposes of recognizing and recording these properties in the regional collection book. So, for a detailed listing of this, Mr. Speaker, will provide the minority leader of the composition of these 417 million properties, Mr. Speaker.
Because I would think, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, when it comes to the amount of 628.430 million, is the result of the understatement of the FPA, PPE, and the accumulated surplus.
Mr. Speaker, we'll just reconcile the amount with
Thank
that
you.
of the minority
Thank
leader.
you. If the BAR can provide us a copy of those reports, we would really appreciate that. Now,
Yes.
is it correct, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, that the BIR have a double recording of buildings, information, and communications equipment in the total amount of 25.355 million? So it overstates the PPE and accumulated surplus accounts with the same amount, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, BIR will reconcile the list with the list of the Honorable Minority Leader, so
Thank you,
that we
Mr.
will
Speaker.
determine whether there is a double recording or not, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, under the calendar year 2019, the BIR has a current year appropriations under the regular budget in the amount of 8,360,000, or what's this, 8,360,916,153. Now, this comprises the PS, the MOOE, the financial expenses, and capital outlays. Is this true and correct, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the Bureau of Internal Revenue for the fiscal year 2020 GAA has 5.8 billion pesos for personnel services, 2.6 billion pesos for MOEE, 127 million for financial expenses, and 369 million for capital outlay, for the total of 9 billion 5 million, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, okay. So 9 billion, no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, if so, how much is the total obligations and disbursements under the regular budget?
Thank you.
Ang galing.
For obligation and 31% for disbursement.
The budget utilization rate of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Speaker, is that for obligation or allotment versus obligations is equivalent to 53%, and the disbursement or obligations versus disbursement is 31%, Mr. Speaker.
And the amount would be, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman?
The amount is, for the allotment is 3 billion pesos, and for the obligation is 1.6 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Under the BIR, current year appropriations, the total amount of automatic appropriations is 463 million, 413,610, while the special purpose funds is 1,003,625,611. Now, if this is correct, how much is the total current year appropriations of the BIR under CY 2019, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman?
As of June 30, 2019, Mr. Speaker, BIR budget utilization rates stood at 51% for obligations and allotments and 76% for disbursement and obligations. In peso term, the total allotments amounted to 9.2 billion pesos, while total obligation amounted to 4.7 billion pesos, and total disbursement is 3.6 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
I have another two questions, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to wind up with my interpellation. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the total allotment of the BIR is 10,192,773,910.71. while the obligations is 9,563,386,276.98. Total disbursement of 8,497,520,535.75. Is this correct, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, we will just reconcile with the records of the minority leader with that of the record given to us by BIR for June 30, 2020 and June 30, 2019.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, can I be furnished a copy of those reports as to the physical and financials? Because I noticed that there are unreleased appropriations amounting to 111 million 3,301 with a total unobligated amount allotment of 571 million 312,144.85. So, ano po ang nangyari dito? If you can have a copy of that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We will provide the Honorable Minority Leader with detailed listing and with the management comment besides it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, kaya ko po binanggit itong mga figures na ito sapagkat ang taong bayan po ngayon nanunood sa ating deliberation. At itong pera po ng BIR ay pera po ng taong bayan na katulad ko, katulad nyo, Mr. Speaker, katulad nyo po, Mr. Chair. So kinakailangan pong malaman ng taong bayan ang lahat ng mga bagay na ito upang at least mawala sa kanilang kaisipan na ang BIR pala ay corrupt din. Nais natin na maging maganda ang posisyon ng BIR para sila ay makakolekta ng malaki para sa ating pamahalaan at para sa ating taong bayan, Mr. Speaker. Tama po ba ako, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
And if I may add, Mr. Speaker, for the consumption of the Honorable Minority Leader, the amount of 572,129,000, yes, 572,129,000 earlier stated by the Honorable Minority Leader is for the retirement and life insurance premium. It was allocated to that account, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the commitment to give the copies of these reports when we could be able to have it.
Mr. Speaker, the Bureau of Internal Revenue will furnish all the list and the requirements made to satisfy the needs of the minority leader, Mr. Speaker.
When will
by
that
Wednesday.
be, when po? Kailan po?
This week.
This week. Okay.
Wednesday this week.
Is our good commissioner with us here in the plenary, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Chairman? Is the good commissioner of the BIR with us today in the plenary?
Ano?
Kasi hindi ko pa siya nakilala eh. Oo, gusto ko po siyang makilala eh. Can we please, if we may, can we be able to see her beautiful face, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Yes, I will arrange such meeting, Mr. Speaker. I was informed a while ago that the good commissioner has this compromised
Oh, so she is
status.
not with us today.
Yes, maybe you.
Mr. Speaker, well, of course, we can always have a very good reason to absent ourselves in a very important budget deliberations in the plenary. Perhaps her good reason is valid, Mr. Speaker. Siguro kinakailangan po ang gawin ng ating good commissioner is for us to give us a record, including her bill of health, so that we will be able to know because, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget deliberation in the plenary. And she must be here even in the Zoom, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Secretariat has just gave me the information that outsiders, aside from the member of the House, are not allowed to use the Zoom for disciplinary budget debates.
Mr. Speaker, I do not understand that because we have a monitor right there and the good commissioner can be in the Zoom, so she would be able to hear all of what we're talking about.
Monitor ng DBCC daw ito para sa sponsor. Wala sila, hindi sila allowed.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I demand that the Commissioner of the BIR speak to me personally. I demand that she ought to apologize to this Congress. I demand that she submit a record of her condition to this chamber, Mr. Speaker, or I will move for the deferment of this budget of the BIR.
Mr. Speaker, to give time to our sponsor and the departments present to check on the presence of our secretary, may I move that we have a few minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Wala. Pero andyan nga ang Secretary of Finance, naka-off lang ang camera niya. Carlo Bello, Sec, andyan.
Andyan, di ba? Di ba dyan yan?
Oo.
Yan yan, di ba? Parang nandyan sila kahit wala sila dito.
Wala.
Suppose nandyan, naka-mute.
Nakamute lang sila.
Commissioner?
Commissioner.
Ito, Sec ito eh.
Oo.
That is an insult to the chamber.
Ano sila? Nasa standby mo.
Actually, may choice tayo dito, boss.
Yun na lang siguro. Ano? Yun na lang siguro. For the BR.
Sa Zoom yata wala silang access. Pero I'm asking
Ito pala, ano yun?
Yeah.
So, kapag may tinatanong kayo, yan ang ano,
Yan yung pwedeng tumulong sa sagot.
tumutulong sa sponsor. Nilalagay nila yung sagot.
Dapat si... Gaya ano nandiyan.
Defer natin yung BIR because I want those demands.
Pero, yung provision suspended tayo. Let's go. Customs. Meron, may mga
Dito si
tanong ka pa, boss?
Commissioner anong customs? Ituloy natin. Yung
Sabi ni contact boss Mike.
Pero ano ba yun?
Everything except
Except BIR. Except BIR.
gigil kami. Kami lahat.
Sir, yun.
Pwede natin matapos yun. Kaya natin tuloy ba? Tuloy. Kaya pa lang. Isa pang yung BIR, ilaruhin natin.
That's it. Balikan na lang natin.
Wala na. Kunti na
Session
lang.
resume.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Minority Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate, and I'm winding up. I'm winding down. I demand, Mr. Speaker, that the Commissioner are not being here should apologize to this chamber. And number two, I demand that she should go to my office and talk to me personally, Mr. Speaker. And number three, I demand that she bring to us a copy of her health condition. So we will know, Mr. Speaker. Wala man lang tayong ano dito. So, Mr. Speaker, to my regret, I move to defer the budget of the BIR, Mr. Speaker. Just the BIR.
Session suspended.
Amya? Okay, sige.
The last part na The last part.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, if we can again recognize our minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, at the
Mr.
proper
Minority.
time, I will be calling for a deferment of this budget at BIR, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. That is noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Bohol for his interpellation, the Honorable Representative Edgar Chato. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Bohol, Representative Chato, is recognized.
Yes. Arlene. After recognize ko si Arlene.
Recognize lang, no?
Wala? Ayun na, ayun na.
Representative Chato, your Zoom is on mute. If you could unmute and proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And may I know, Mr. Speaker, if our central bank governor or the officials of central bank are on Zoom with us? Mr. Speaker.
I did not hear exactly what the question of the Honorable Chato, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just inquiring if the Honorable Governor of the Central Bank is here with us, or the official.
BSP is not covered by the Department of Finance or considered as its attached agency, Mr. Speaker.
So when will be the appropriate time that we can raise questions on central bank matters, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. When the DBCC budget hearing will resume, Mr. Speaker. BSP is under the BCC.
Thank you very much then, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I will register my manifestation at that proper time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chato. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from Gabriela Portelis, the Honorable Arlene D. Brosas, for her interpellation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Rosas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor yield to some of my questions?
Gladly, Honorable Brosas.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, hindi po masama no, na umutang lalo kung bumababa talaga yung revenues. Subalit natural nalilikha ng pagkabahala kung gabundok na yung utang. Lalo pa kung mamamayan ang pinapapasan natin ng pagbabayad at hindi nararamdaman ang paggastos nito para sa mga kagyat na pangangailangan sa gitna ng pandemya, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, gusto nating ungkatin yung detalye hinggil sa domestic borrowing. Dahil batay sa datos, lumalabas na mas malaki ang bahagi ng total outstanding debt ng bansa ay domestic loans. Tama po ba ito, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. Ang ratio po as of now is 70-30 or more or less sa range na yan. 70% ang domestic borrowings and 30% sa foreign borrowings.
Mr. Speaker, yung domestic debt stock 5.96 trillion ng July, tama po ba? And 6.41 trillion by August?
Let me see the data provided to us by DOF, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, while you are browsing on the details of the domestic debt stock, may I go on to my next question? Ang sunod ko pong tanong ay, may general characteristics o profile ba ang domestic lenders natin? Ibig sabihin, sa ang local entities tayo may pinakamalaking utang, kahit overview lang po.
Pwede pa po pakiulit ng question. Medyo choppy ang dating dito sa plenary, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I was asking about the general characteristics or profile ng domestic lenders. Ibig sabihin, sa ang mga local entities tayo may pinakamalaking utang. Kahit yung overview lang po.
Mr. Speaker, as of August 20, the outstanding government securities issued by holder are as follows. The tax-exempt institutions represents 38%, the banks represents 37%, custodians represent 8%, insurance company represent 2%, private corporation 1%, and the rest comprise around 13%, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yung characteristic o profile ng domestic lenders.
Ito po yung sinabi ko kanina, ito po yung domestic profile ng mga domestic lenders po. They are tax-exempt institutions, banks, custodians, insurance companies, private corporation, investment houses, and GOCCs, among others.
Alam niyo, Mr. Speaker, kaya natin tinatanong ito dahil posibleng through domestic debt market ang ruta ng mga Chinese loans. Ibig sabihin po, mas maaaring mas malaki yung aktual na pagkakautang natin sa China dahil ang kalakhan ay hidden debt at hindi bahagi ng officially reported na foreign loans. Now, is there a way for the Treasury or the DOF to track whether those who buy T-bills and other domestic debt instruments are linked to China or have any exposure to Chinese capital? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
According to the data provided to us, Mr. Speaker, the foreign investors represents more or less around 5% of the outstanding government securities holders, Mr. Speaker.
Yan po ang foreign loans, Mr. Speaker. Ito po yung tinatanong natin ay kung yung Chinese loans ay maaari silang nakakaruta sa pamamagitan ng pagbili ng T-bills and other domestic debt instruments na linked sa China o merong exposure sa Chinese capital. Meron po bang ganon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, they are considered as foreign investors, mga Chinese, and they represent only about 5% of the total shareholders of the outstanding government securities. So 5% lang po, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, sa ngayon po, tila dalawa lang yung publicized, na loan agreements with China. That is the 2.1 million for the River Pump Irrigation Project and the 11.2 million for the new Centennial Water Source Kalium. China, Nancy, originally be reported at 9 billion for flagship BPD projects. Tama po ba ito? Sa build projects po ito nakapaloob. Magkano na po ba yung total loans mula sa China? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the latest loan provided by China through the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is dated June 5, 2020, in the amount of $750 million or 37.5 billion pesos. There is a specific purpose for this loan, which is to combat the spread of the pandemic, provide social protection and relief to affected people, and mitigate shocks to the economy. Ito po ay ang principal repayments will be made every November 15 and May 15 through May 15, 2032. So, ito po yung nakita po namin na latest na utang na binigay po ng China sa atin.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may total na po ba tayo?
And also, Mr. Speaker, China infrastructure debt para sa big ticket items natin sa build, totals to the amount of $250 million, Mr. Speaker. Bibigay ko na lang po kay Honorable Congresswoman Brosas yung listahan nitong $250 million na ginagamit po natin sa build projects, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we are on that subject, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kompletohin na po natin yung COVID-19 loans since inupisahan niyo po yung AIIB. Batay po sa pinakahuling datos, tama po ba, nasa $7.734 billion na ang COVID-19 loans na nakuha ng pamahalaan, o roughly 386.7 billion in foreign loans. Tama po ba ang datos na ito o meron po bang bagong nadagdag, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor? Kasi ang meron lang po sa akin, yung Asian Development Bank, tama po ba ito? May 2.6, World Bank 1.3, AFD, Agency France Development 275, AIIB, ito po yung binanggit nyo kanina, 750, JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, 458,950. Yun po.
Mr. Speaker, per my list here of the total loans and grants granted for COVID-19 response, the total loans and grants as of this time amounted to 479 billion pesos. Mr. Speaker, I will also provide this list to the Honorable Congresswoman Arlene Brosas.
So mas malaki pa pala, Mr. Speaker, 479 billion ang foreign loans. Lahat po ba ito ay release na ng financing institution sa gobyerno? Natanggap na po ba natin ito?
Yung 479 billion pesos po, ina-grant na ito. Now, I will just confirm with the Department of Finance kung talaga na-remit na itong amount na, total amount na ito, Mr. Speaker.
So, hindi pa, Mr. Mr. Sponsor, kung narinig na yung...
Kasi may mga, sa listahan ko, may mga loans na release na lang mga last month. So ito lang yung nakapending. Pero from those loans issued or granted before June 30, may listahan po ako. Yan sigurado pumasok na po ito sa atin.
June 30 onwards, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yun yung meron kayo na datos na, no?
June 30, 2020 and before that. Pero pagka after July at saka August, yun ang wala pa akong datos, Mr. Speaker.
Now, my question is, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, are these loans directly or indirectly related to supporting the infrastructure program or BBB of the Duterte administration? Natanong po natin to kasi ang budget priority number 1 pa rin yung build kahit na may pandemya. Napapahala po kami na malaking bahagi nito popondohan ng pautang.
Mr. Speaker, sa bagong datos na binigay sa akin ng DOF, of the total amount of 9.22 billion in budgetary support financing na atin na utang, to date po, a total of 7.55 billion has already been disbursed. So ibig sabihin, out of 9.2 billion dollars, 7.5 na ang nagastos natin. And as of September 22, nagbago na po, meron nadagdagan po, nagiging 9.9 billion dollars na ang nautang natin. But out of this 9.9 billion dollars, 7.55 billion pa rin ang nagastos natin, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sagutin po natin yung tanong ko. Ang tanong ko po ay directly or indirectly related ba to supporting the infra program of BBB o Build ng Duterte administration, itong mga pondo na ito. Pwede pong pakisagot ng diretsyo kung may mga ginastos, no, na sa Build na punta.
Pag-budget support, yung sinabi mo kanina, $6 billion, budget support kasi siya. So indirect.
Ito po, yung sinasabi ko po na 9.9 billion po, ito po yung tinatawag na budget support fund. So, hindi po natin alam kung saan gagastusin po itong 9.9 billion dollars. Posible po na lahat ito madala sa build projects natin, o yung iba naman ay pwede natin idalin sa health, sa DSWD, or sa iba man na agency na tumutugon sa COVID response, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung may mga key features and programs po, no, na financed by these loans. Dapat po familiar tayo dito. Dapat po alam ng mamamayan natin na kung ano yung pinagkagastusan. Dahil may mga conditionalities yung mga loan agreements. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, tama po ba?
Pakiulit po yung tanong, Mr. Speaker. Kasi,
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Honorable Brosas, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Sinabi niyo po kasi maaaring hindi pwedeng hindi inipon no? Hindi natin malalaman kung saan exactly yung mga expenditures. Very direct naman po yung tanong ko, kung directly related ba ito in supporting the infra program of BBP, of the build projects, no? Yun po yung tanong ko eh. Pero sinabi niyo po, very vague, hindi niyo alam yung expenditure, maaaring sa iba-ibang napunta yan. Pero kailangan pong malaman kung saan pinagkagastusan. Kasi ang sinasabi niyo po, 7.5 billion ang disbursed na. Yan ang nagasta na, no? Ngayon po, sinasabi natin na dito sa mga loans na ito, may mga conditionalities sa mga loan agreements. Kaya mahalaga pong malaman ng mga mamamayan kung saan talaga napunta yung mga expenditures na ito.
Mr. Speaker, ito po, iba't ibang klaseng loans. May mga specific purposes po yung itong loans. May mga loans na ginagrant para sa COVID-19 response, para naman yung ibang loans para sa build, at saka sa iba pa. Ngayon, ang isang budgetary support na pwede natin identify, ito yung loans na galing sa ADB. Ito po yung in-expand po yung infrastructure program ng ating bansa. Ito po effective June 5, 2020. At saka ito specific ang amount na it is only up to 165 million ang pwede gastusin. At saka ito po nagastos na po natin. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, para po mabilis din, may we request the DOF or the Bureau of Treasury to provide us a copy of the loan agreements or loan covenants secured since January 2020. Mahalaga pong malaman ng taong bayan ng mga conditionalities na kakabit ng mga pautang na ito. Hanggang sa ngayon po kasi hindi pa rin kami nakakatanggap, no, ng mga o nakakita ng mga pinirmahang kasunduan sa pautang, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We will provide the Honorable Congresswoman Brosas with a list of all the loans and grants provided under the amount of 479 billion pesos. Mr. Speaker.
On to my next question, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Bahagi ng foreign loan financing na na-secure ng gobyerno, yung 750 million US dollars na nasa 37.5 billion from the China-backed Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank o AIIB, tama po ba? May collateral clause po ba ito gaya ng karaniwang pautang ng China o ng AIIB? Collateral clause po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Tinabawasan na namin.
Yung sa datos na inahawakan namin po ngayon, nakalagay lang po siya as a budget support. So, bibigyan na lang po namin kopya si Honorable Congresswoman Brosas ng siguro yung purpose ng loan na ito. Kasi sa loan agreement makikita po ito yung specific purpose.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaya po natin tinatanong ito, maraming bansa na biktima po ng Chinese debt trap, yung tampok yung pagkawala ng mahalaga nilang assets dahil itinakda itong collateral as sa foreign loan. So nangangamba po tayo, kaya kailangan talagang makita natin specific, no, yung mga loan agreements para malaman natin kung meron bang mga ganito, collateral clause. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ngayon bahagi ng terms o expected outputs ng AIIB loan ay ang mga sumusunod. Nakalagay po dyan, by July 2020, the average turnaround time from sample collection results reduced to 48 hours or less. Kasi yung AIIB sa COVID response po ito, di ba? Sinabi nyo kanina. Nakalagay din dyan, by July 2020, emergency subsidy support provided for 13.6 million households. And by December 2020, 600 million US dollars of economic stimulus and support provided to high vulnerable sectors, including agriculture. Doon po sa turnaround, yung 48 hours or less, hindi po ito nakamit. Tama ba? Ano po ang magiging implikasyon nito?
Mr. Speaker, yung sinasabi kanina na 750 million na under sa AIIB, itong AIIB kasi it's a multilateral bank. Hindi lang po ito yung may-ari ang China. Maski ang Pilipinas po may kasama yun doon sa mga kapital. So, binigyan ako ng note na ito po ay hindi ma-consider na Mr. Speaker. Ngayon sa tanong po sa bagong tanong ni Congresswoman Rosas, pinag-aaralan po namin yung datos kasi as of now, wala po kaming datos na pwede isagot sa katanungan niyo po.
Hindi nyo rin po masasagot, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, yung next question ko. Ang next question ko po ay doon sa target output na by July na emergency subsidy for 13.6 million households, hindi ba't itong tinutukoy na second tranche ng SAP o Social Amelioration Program? Kasi halos pareho po ito ng coverage, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, under anong project po yung sinasabi ni Honorable Congresswoman Brosas? Ano ba yun?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, this is under the AIIB loan program ng COVID-19 response, active response, and expenditure support o CARES program. Multilateral institution, AIIB, approved funding, 750 million. Expected output po nakalagay the following. Kaya po natin tinatanong kung dahil hindi nga nakamit yung turnaround na 48 hours or less yung sample collection to results, may implikasyon ba ito? At ang second po nating tanong dyan, sa target sa July na emergency subsidy for 13.6 million households, hindi ba ito din yung second tranche ng SAP na tinukoy? Kasi halos pareho ang coverage, Mr. Speaker.
Sa unang tanong po, walang implikasyon po ito kasi it is already disbursed. These items are not condition precedent, Mr. Speaker. Ngayon yung sa pangalawang tanong, sinisilip ko po yung Bayanihan 2. Under sa Bayanihan 2, nakalagay po dito, yung mga kung saan ilalagay po yung 165 billion po natin. So, ang nakikita ko lang po dito, yung sa mga makaka-apekto agad sa mga kababayan po natin is yung cost for work and individual and involuntary separation na 13 billion. Yun lang po ang nakikita ko at saka yung sa DA direct cash subsidies na 24 billion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, kailangan po nating iklaro, no? Ibig sabihin nito, yung bahagi ng 200 billion, yung Social Amelioration Program ay pinondohan ng utang panlabas at hindi ng realignments mula sa fiscal year 2019 at 2020 budget. Ibig sabihin, may hindi po ba ginastos doon sa original na inirelease ng DBM sa DSWD na 200 billion para sa emergency subsidy program? Kasi kung ito pala ay kung ginamit yung utang for SAP, so meron pa originally, no? Or meron pang pondo na hawak ngayon for social amelioration program. Tama po ba, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, yung second tranche ng SAP ay hindi po galing sa 750 million na support fund ng AIIB. Pangalawa po, yung 6 billion emergency subsidy under DSWD in Bayanihan 2 is not sourced from foreign loans and foreign financing, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Tama po na iklaro. Kung ganun po, paano pinatupad yung specific program sa AIIB loan for economic stimulus and support? Tapos ano na po ang completion status nito? Sino-sino po yung mga naging beneficiaryo?
Gusto ko lang po, I would like to reiterate na ito po ay budget support lang. Yung loan na nakuha po natin sa AIIB is a budget support loan. So, wala po siyang specific purpose kung saan po gagastusin ito.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, walang specific purpose, wala po tayong breakdown, wala po tayong report ng pinagkagastusan ng AIIB loan at kung ano na ang status nito.
Ito po yung loan. Isa po ito sa mga loans na ginagamit po natin sa basic financing formula. Yung hindi makayanan po ng atin ng revenues, yung parang nagkakaroon po ng deficit, so magkakaroon tayo ng loans, borrowings. So yung sinasabi natin na nakakuha tayo ng AIIB na 750 million loan, ito po ay budgetary support para sa kadagdagan po sa kulang po natin sa revenue collection.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, so wala po tayong particularities ng loan na iyan na pwedeng sabihin ngayon. Kung sino ang nakinabang, ano nga po ang status.
Wala po, Mr. Speaker, kasi budget support fund po siya. Pumasok po siya doon sa budget support fund. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaya po natin kinaklaro yan. May mga ganito pala tayong programa, no, inuutang ng gobyerno, pero hindi maramdaman ng mamamayan o wala nga tayong maibigay na detalye. Yung second tranche nga ng SAP, no, dapat Mayo pa yun natapos pero hanggang ngayon di pa rin nakukumpleto at hindi pa rin nabibigyan ng lahat ng beneficiaries. Napakahalaga po na maisapubliko yung mga loan agreements na pinapasok ng pamahalaan sa panahon ng pandemya. Kung paano po ito ginagastos, yun po yung napakahalaga na malaman ng ating mamamayan. Utang ito napapasanin po ng mamamayan sa forma ng mga buwis. And it's bare minimum for the people to know the conditionalities and programs under these loans. Sabi nga ng DOF, asahan daw ng mamamayang Pilipino ang mga panibagong buwis hanggang 2022. Mamamayan pa rin ang pagbabayarin sa mga inutang na hindi naman nila nararamdaman. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Before the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's my last manifestation.
Okay. Would the sponsor care to respond?
Noted po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
We will furnish the Honorable Congresswoman Brosas of all the list of loans and grants taken during this year, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman Party Representative Tito Atienza for his interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker. Representative Atienza is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader, for the kind indulgence of the sponsor. We would like to clarify certain matters relevant to our financial condition.
I would gladly answer all the questions made by Honorable Congressman Atienza, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's a little confusion going on. We made the Commissioner of BIR a she when he is a he, and the gentleman has just identified me as a she. No, I am a he. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, kidding aside, alam po ninyo ang tanong ng marami ngayon, utang kayo ng utang sa Kongreso. Basta kayo ng pasa ng batas, uutangin pa ang pera. So may I be enlightened, Mr. Speaker, through the gentleman who's representing the Department of Finance tonight, ano po ba ang limitasyon ng pag-utang panlabas, panloob, with regards to the appropriations needed for our different legislations in this chamber?
Mr. Speaker, we're just being guided with a simple formula. Meron po tayo proposed total budget for the year, tapos may program po tayo na tax revenues, revenue collections. So ang pagkukulang po noon ay pupunuin na po natin ng borrowings locally at saka ng foreign borrowings natin, Mr. Speaker.
Again, I will rephrase my question. Is there any limitation as to how much we can borrow to support a proposed law in this chamber? Is there a limit or there's no limit? We can borrow anything, no matter how much, in the pursuit of a proposed beneficial law.
Ang tinitingnan po natin dito, Mr. Speaker, ay yung amount of deficit in a certain period po. For example, for this year, 2020. Yung kulang po na yon, yung hindi mapunuan ng revenue collection natin, ay yun po ang parang pinakasiling po ng uutangin natin for the year, Mr. Speaker. And you cannot exceed po the budget. So bali yung budget natin, kunwari ngayon 4.5 trillion. Tapos ang revenue collection lang na program here is around mga 3.8. So ang utangin po natin is 1.2 trillion pesos, Mr. Speaker.
My question is, if we have a proposed law which needs financial support, is there a law that says we should not consider the law first until the sourcing of fund is established? In other words, we cannot just say funds needed for this law would be borrowed without any other requirements. Tama po ba yung aming impression o mali?
So, yung law, law passed, kailangan.
Pwede siyang unfunded. It can be unfunded kasi wala tayong
Mr. Speaker, yung law na tinatanong po ni Honorable Congressman Atienza ay pwede po na magkakaroon ng, kasi every expenditure po sa law natin ay kailangan may corresponding revenue. So, yun ang sinasabi na kailangan may mapagkukunan po tayo para pambayad sa law na gagawin natin para sa expenditure po.
Yun din po ang pagkaalam ng inyong lingkod, whether it's a congressional act, a local government ordinance, a barangay appropriation act, lahat po ito ay kailangan may pagkukunan ng pera. Hindi pwedeng pasan ng batas, ordinansa, whether local government or barangay ordinance, na wala pong pera. In that manner, people will be expecting so much, but there is none coming. At saka meron pong illegality yun, di po ba?
Tama po yun. Sa bawat po law natin na magkakaroon ng ceiling para sa pangungutang, kailangan may corresponding po na pagkukuhanan ng revenue po at saka pondo na pambayad po sa utang natin, Mr. Speaker.
So ano ang posisyon ng Department of Finance, Mr. Speaker, on the two laws which we call economic stimulus laws? Ito po yung arise at saka yung cures na wala pong pondo. Utangin pa lang ang pagsuporta dito sa mga magandang layuning mga batas nito. Ano po opinion ng Department of Finance dito?
The position of the Department of Finance, Mr. Speaker, ay gusto po nila bayanihan lang muna ang implement natin kasi wala pa daw tayo mapagkukunan ng para doon sa arise bill or under the guide bill po.
So therefore, the Department of Finance is not fully supportive of the passage of these two laws until we are able to guarantee or at least assure ourselves of the ability to pay whatever is going to be borrowed. Am I to take it rightly that the Department of Finance is not in full accord at this point yet?
Kasi po may limitasyon po ang constitution natin. Ang nakalagay po doon, kailangan po na may mapagkukunan po tayo. Kung may bagong programa po, kailangan po meron tayo ang excess funds or excess funds. Hindi po tayo pwede umutang po ng bagong utang para po sa bagong programa. So, kung may sobra po tayo na pondo, pwede daw itong arise, pero pag wala po, ang recommendation po ng DOF, huwag muna po.
I was waiting for that, Mr. Speaker, because I know very well that the government does not have that power under the Constitution to just keep on appropriating without sourcing. So we need to source the funds before we get our people excited about the so-called economic stimulus Appropriations Act. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'd like to shift to the present condition. As you said, the Appropriations Act for 2021 is not fully covered by expected collection. So we need to borrow again.
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
In other words, kailangan malaman ng ating mga mamamayan tayo ng marahil 2 hanggang 3 trilyon. salapi para po naman mapunuan itong ating layunin sa isang budget na tutugon sa mga problema ng ating bansa sa kasalukuyan. So they have to shoulder that responsibility. But on the other hand, they are shouting back. Why don't you collect more taxes so that the appropriations is covered by collection? Ang tanong eh, saan kukunin ang pera? Ang sagot ng marami, aba, dilinisin ninyo ang customs. According to the World Bank, we're missing about 200 billion every year just from that one source of revenue-raising agency. What is our effort at the moment to get the Customs Commission perform better?
Yung revenue collections po ng BIR at saka BOC po, as of July 30, ay over the target po sila, yung sa revised target po. Yung BIR is nagkaroon po ng positive deviation of 2.8% versus the first semester target. At saka yung customs po ay halos 1% over the target po. Yun ang tax effort na ginawa po ng dalawang bureau natin.
At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be clarified from the point of view of the Customs Commission. I'd like to ask a question as simple as it may seem. Why is the Customs Bureau not implementing Customs Modernization Act so that all containers coming into the country every day are taxed properly? And I would like to add another question along that line. Ilan po bang container vans ang pumapasok sa bansa araw-araw, Mr. Speaker?
X-ray. Modernization.
Operations, organization, ICT, modernization.
Mr. Speaker, around 12 to 15,000 containers enters the Philippine ports every day, Mr. Speaker. And at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, there is negotiations for 88 million for modernization of the Customs Bureau. This includes the ICT projects for the risk management, additional X-ray machines, and other human resource program, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard that storyline since about 6 years ago, when we were questioning the Bureau of Customs in this chamber. So I'd like to ask the gentleman, he is representing the Department of Finance tonight, how many of these 12,000, I'll put it at the minimum of your estimate, how many of these 12,000 vans that come into the country every day are inspected accurately by the Bureau of Customs?
Out of the 15,000 containers that arrive daily at the port, 50% of these are being examined. 30% is through X-ray, and 20% is through physical examination, Mr. Speaker.
If I follow the figures of the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, then 50% or 6,000 or 7,500 pass through our Customs Bureau, enter the country, whatever they are, taxable goods, luxury items, or even drugs. We have already been victimized. If I correctly remember, twice with big importations of shabu that passed through the very gates of the Customs Bureau. Why? Because they passed through the green lane, they did not get inspected, and the drugs were able to enter Philippine shores. Ang tanong ko po sisimplihin ko na lang. Bakit po natin hindi tanggapin na hindi natin na-inspeksyon lahat ng container vans, as you said, Customs is only able to inspect 50%. Then my question is, why don't we implement the Customs Modernization Act, which was passed in the 17th Congress in 2015, and which has never been implemented, neither by the Aquino administration nor the Duterte administration. Secretary of Finance Dominguez is a good friend of mine. And in all good intentions, the moment he assumed office, I went to see him in his office. He would remember that. Because I have my full respect on the integrity of this gentleman. And I reminded him, why don't you implement the provision on pre-shipment inspection so that when cargo vans or container vans reach the Philippines, the Customs Bureau already knows how to assess the same, as only the Bureau of Customs can do the assessment, but since they have a copy of what is inside, they can already estimate what needs to be taxed and what kind of cargo are inside the container vans. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, all commissioners of customs from that time of 2015 all recommended the implementation of this provision of the Customs Modernization Act to prevent smuggling in the country, to increase the collection of taxes, and to get all of these vans that come into the country well defined as to their contents. Hindi po pinapansin ng mga sulat ng commissioners ng customs. I have already read 4 of these letters, and not one of them has been followed by the Department of Finance. Are they not conscious that smuggling continues up to today? Today, I'm sure at this very moment, the illegal use of the green lanes is the best means of smuggling anything in the country. And therefore, I'd like to ask the gentleman, since we are all laboring, how to discuss this particular appropriations for the country in the face of this pandemic, with the problems shouldered by our people today. Economically, their health is at stake, their livelihood. 30 million Filipinos are now going hungry, and there is a good source of income which we are not tapping up to this point. So if customs has already exceeded the estimate by 1%, it only shows the potentials of customs can even be double if we do the correct things. Bakit po ba ayaw ninyong implementing the Department of Finance, yung Customs Modernization Act?
We have already issued 49 IRRs for the implementation of CMTA. Lahat po yan na mga provisions, halos sinusunod na po natin lahat ang CMTA. Ito po yung Biblia ngayon ng BOC. Lahat po na nakalagay dyan sa CMTA ay pinapatupad na ngayon ni Commissioner Guerrero. Lahat po yan. Ngayon po yung sa pre-inspection scheme na sinasabi ni Congressman Atienza, ito po, pinapatupad din natin ito ngayon, pero hindi po sa containerized cargos. Ito po sa bulk shipments, yung sa mga lalo na sa langis. Ito po ay nagkakaroon ng pre-inspection sa port of loading. At saka isa po, ang pre-inspection na ginagawa natin noong 1980s is ngayon po against na po sa international standard po. Hindi na po, ayaw na po ng World Trade Organization na magkakaroon ng pre-inspection scheme or program ang customs po. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I will not agree with the gentleman on all points. Number one, the World Trade Organization will not go against an honest declaration. The World Trade Organization will not allow the movement of drugs in any part of the world. And importers will be better protected if their shipment is defined from the port of origin at hindi dito sa pier where everybody's plugging the entry points, and because of the exigency of or the facility of movement, hindi na nai-inspeksyon ng kalahati ng ating mga container vans. So, the reasoning pointed out by the gentleman does not hold water as far as the interests of our government and our people actually demand. Alam po ninyo, smuggling continues, hindi po ba? I'd like an answer from the gentleman. Smuggling continues in the country. Ito po ba'y tuloy-tuloy ang pangyayari up to now?
Based on the 20 records of the Bureau of Customs, yung anti-smuggling effort nila po, halos 8 billion pesos na po yung huli po nila. Ang pinakamalaki po dito ay yung shabu or yung drugs na nagkahalaga po ng halos 3.6 billion pesos. Tapos yung mga counterfeit goods po, malaki din po yon, halos sa 49 million pesos, at saka yung agri-products po, at halos sa 534 million pesos. So, hindi naman po nagkukulang yung Bureau of Customs sa anti-smuggling efforts po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang tanong ko po ay, tuloy-tuloy po ba smuggling up to now? Hindi po yung record ng apprehension, iba po ang topic yan.
Yes
yan
po.
ang pag-usapan natin. Ang tatanungin ko po ay, saan po ba napunta yung shabu na nakolekt at nakumpis ka noong panahon yun? Yan po ba'y sinira? Yan po ba'y nandun pa, makikita pa natin? O napakawala na po sa merkado muli?
Yung shabu po ay automatically po tino-turn over po to sa PDEA. Pagkahuli po ng customs, ililipat po yung custody sa PDEA. Ang sinisira lang po yung customs, may updated data po sila pinadala sa akin. Yung 2019 po, halos 20.5 billion pesos po yung nahuli nila na sa anti-smuggling efforts. Ang pinakamalaki po ito ngayon, sa 2019 is yung counterfeit goods which amounted to around 9 billion pesos po. Ito po yung sinisira po ng Bureau of Customs.
Yan po ang aking ginagamit na pasihan. Ang sinasabi po ng ating kagalang-galang na Congressman Swansing ay yung mga nakumpiskang masasabi nating mga tingi, 5 billion, 6 billion. Pero sabi po ng World Bank, out of smuggling today, ang nawawala sa gobyerno ay minimum of 200 billion na magagamit natin to support our well-intentioned appropriation for 2021. Pero kung hindi ninyo i-implementin yung batas na nagbibigay sa inyo ng kapangyarihan na yung laman ng mga container vans ay malaman ng customs before shipment, doon pa lamang sa pinanggalingan, kung ito'y galing sa China, kung ito'y galing sa Europa, ay malalaman na po ng customs. In transit pa lang, pwede binabantayan na po yan at kinukumpute na magkano ang kailangan bayaran kung hindi po illegal. Yung binabanggit po ng ating kagalang-galang na Congressman Swansing, mga IRR to implement the Customs Modernization Act. It's a bit late in the day of the Duterte administration. After 4 years, ngayon pa lamang binibigyan ng masusing pansin ang isang batas na maaaring nagkolekta ng hanggang 1 trilyon piso sa 4 na taong kanilang pamumuno. But up to now, there is no clear-cut policy nor an IRR provision covering pre-shipment inspection. So I started this interpellation precisely on that note. And the question, why are you not interested in finding out what is inside the container vans of half? If there are 5,000 or 6,000 vans a day coming in, multiply by 30, that's 180 vans. No, 6,000 vans times 30, that's 180,000 vans in a month. Can you imagine how much money the country is losing for non-implementation of this well-intentioned piece of legislation? Pinaghirapan po sa Kongreso yan. Ginawa po ng mga kagalang-galang na mga miyembro ng ating 17th Congress. Eh, hindi po niyo pinatutupad. Yung IRR na sinasabi niyo concerns other matters, but not the pre-shipment inspection that is now allowed under our Customs Modernization Act, notwithstanding the position given by the good congressman, ayaw daw ng World Trade Organization. Ano ba naman ang pakialam nila sa atin kung gusto nating kumulekta ng buwis? Sila ba'y kasali po naman sa pagpasok dito ng illegal na mga bagay? Immaterial of what the others are saying, if we want an efficient collection of customs duties, huwag yung bulk ang inyong iniisip na inyong pinababayaan ng inspeksyonin. Yung bulk, bigas, asin, langis. Hindi po problema yan. Ang tinutukoy po natin, merong highly taxable goods at yun nga, maaaring asking them, why is the Department of Finance hesitant in implementing this particular law?
Mr. Speaker, membro po ako ng Ways and Means, lalo na po yung sa CMT Oversight Committee. Marami na rin po kami na pinare-revise sa CMT law. Ngayon, dahil po sa panukala po ito, saka sa sinasabi po ni Congressman Atienza, titingnan ko po, personally po, titingnan ko po yung kung paano natin matugunan po yung recommendation ni Congressman Atienza, Mr. Speaker. Maganda po yun. kung makadagdag po tayo ng mga 200 billion euro dito sa pre-inspection, gagawin po namin ni Commissioner Guerrero ang tamang revision sa CMTA at saka magandang rekomendasyon po sa DOF. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yun po iniintay ko kanina pa. We cannot argue on the practicality, on the legality, effectivity of this particular law, because it is already a law that is in place. All we need to do is enforce it. In fact, you mentioned the Ways and Means Committee. We are making strong recommendations in this committee of yours that the provision on pre-inspection be made a requirement and not as a optional. Dahil yung nakaraang administration, ginawa nilang optional. Pero itong kasalukuyang administration, because I have my highest regard for Secretary Dominguez, I was hoping that he will accept the challenge and he will do what is needed and he will correct the shortcomings of the past for the sake of the people today. Ako'y nagpapasalamat sa inyong nabanggit na titignan niyo mabuti, and I'm hoping that yung pag-aaral ninyo, dahil alam ko naman si Commissioner Guerrero ay sang-ayon din. Meron nga siyang communication na nabasa ko that he is highly recommending the implementation of this particular provision, and I congratulate him for that. And I congratulate you, Mr. Congressman, if you work with him in seeing to it that every container van that goes into the Philippines, whatever part of the Philippines, is paying the necessary taxes. Otherwise, we are the laughing stock of many nations who don't allow undefined, unknown container vans and their contents and allowing them into their shores. Diyan po tayo napasok ng katakot-takot na shabu. Pag-ingatan na natin ngayon. And we will keep on supporting you, Mr. Congressman, our honorable sponsor, in your efforts to get this good law, as I would call it, a good law, that has to be enforced. Otherwise, we're losing billions and probably trillions of pesos without enforcing it. And the smugglers are having a good day every day with the passage of their container vans, even passing through the green lanes. Ito pwede ninyong gamiting incentive. You have your cargo, your vans inspected from ports of origin, we allow you the use of the green lanes. Alam na namin kung ano laman eh. Hindi naman yung masusuhulan yung mga nag-i-inspection sa labas. Pero ngayon, kung mapasok sila, bulag ang ating mga custom people, bulag ang mamamayan, tayo sa gobyerno, hirap na. Ang mamamayan, nakayuko na sa utang na hindi naman dapat kung kinokolekta lang natin ang tamang buwis, lalo-lalo na sa Bureau of Customs. Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman sponsor for his candidness and his commitment to look into the non-implementation of this law, and I hope we get together to even amend it, making it mandatory. Now it's only optional, making it mandatory para wala na pong smuggling sa ating bansa. Mahihirapan sila, to say the least. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sonsing.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Carlos Izagani Zarate from party list. Bayan muna, first interpellation.
Honorable Carlos Zarate, you are recognized. You are given 30 minutes for your interpellation.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Pwede po bang tanong ng ilang mga paglilinaw sa ating kagaling-galang na sponsor.
Sige po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Susundan ko na lamang yung mga naiwang katanungan na aking mga kasamahan, no? Dahil nabanggit na rin nila ito. Doon pa rin po tayo sa usapin ng utang. No? Dahil po sa mga napapabalita, no? Napakalaki na po ng utang ng ating bansa at nabanggit nyo nga kanina, no? Kung hindi ako nagkakamali ay nasa 8 trillion na ba yung ating utang? Tama po ba, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, or 9 trillion?
As of August 20, 2020, Mr. Speaker, ang outstanding national government debt natin is 9.6 trillion pesos po.
Tama po, 9.6 trillion no, as of August.
20 po.
August this year.
Yes, August 20 this year.
Kaya nga po tinataya ng ibang mga ekonomista na dahil nga sa nangyaring krisis ngayon na pinalala pa ng pandemya ng COVID, eh baka bago matapos ang taon ay umabot na ito sa 10 trilyon ang ating utang. At sa susunod na taon ay dahil nasa deficit naman tayo, alam natin, mangungutang ulit tayo hanggang matapos ang kasi 22. Alam naman natin mangungutang pa rin. Ano? Kaya ang sunod ko pong katanungan, based on your projection, no, dahil nagbago po ang kalagayan ngayon kumpara nung nakaraang taon, no? But even this year, nung ginawang projection na hindi lang ng Department of Finance but the entire economic managers, no, na pupuntahan daw ng ating ekonomiya. But in reality, the COVID-19 pandemic exposes, no, the weak position even of our, not only our economy, but our finances. No? So ang next question ko, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, based on your projection and the current trend, no, ng ating pangungutang para buhayin ang ating ekonomiya and to finance our deficit budget spending, until 2022, magkano po ang utang na tinitingnan ng Department of Finance na aabutin ng ating bansa? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
2022 program. So, yung projection po ng DOF or DBCC, sa 2022 po, magkaroon na po tayo ng total national debt na 13.6 billion pesos at trillion pesos or equivalent to 59.9% po ng GDP.
59.9%
of the GDP.
Okay. So, so by 2022, mas malala pa nga, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, because as it is now, the Philippines is bracing for already a much higher GDP, debt to GDP ratio this year at 53.91%, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, a level that we have been there since a decade ago. Tama po ba, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? This year, we are at 53.9%. Is that correct?
53.9.
At hindi natin naranasan ito sa loob ng nakaraang isang dekada. Tama po ba?
Opo. Kasi yung last year po, nasa 39.6% lang po tayo ang utang natin.
And can you imagine, pagdating po ng 2022, when this present administration will be exiting, ang ating GDP ratio ay debt to GDP ratio almost 6. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun. Yun po ang projection po.
So talagang malulubog at malulubog tayo sa utang, no? At yun po ang gusto kong sundan ng mga punto dahil para pong deja vu ito, no? Wala itong pagkakaiba noong mga dekada 80 na kung saan sa ilalim ng diktador na si Marcos ay nagkaroon din ng deficit spending, pero tuloy-tuloy din ang paggagasto nito kaliwat kanan sa mga so-called mega projects and infrastructure projects, no? And nito pong mga nakaraan, despite, especially this year, nakita po natin na kahit sa gitna ng pandemya ng COVID at reflected ito dito sa ating national budget, na hindi naman itinigil at hindi nagkaroon ng redirection of priorities ang present administration. Dahil inamin naman po ninyo, nitong bago lang, na ang priority pa rin ng present administration, the Duterte administration, yung kanyang flagship project, the Build, no? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So it is now apparent, very apparent, that government is still, its priority is still infrastructure for its acquired debts. No? However, hindi po ba naisip ng kagalang-galang na sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na dahil nga dito sa pandemya ng COVID, na pinalala itong kasalukuyang krisis, ay marami tayong leksyon na dapat mahugutan. No? Hindi po ba naisip ng kagalang-galang na sponsor na this is the opportune time to shift, for example, to strengthen our manufacturing and agricultural sectors instead of pursuing still itong mga so-called build projects na malulubog tayo sa utang, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Gusto ko lang po i-point out na yung pagtaas po nito ng debt, national government debt to GDP ay dahil po sa pandemic. So, posible po na from 59.9, baka po bumagsak ito. Baka bumagsak din ito sa mga ka-level po ngayon na around 53.3%. Kasi by this time siguro, ang economy po natin medyo malakas na. So, ang deficit between yung budget at saka yung revenue collection medyo maliit na. So, bababa daw din ito. Ito yung pagtaas ng national government debt ay dahil din sa tugon natin sa borrowing requirement ng COVID-19 at saka yung mga economic stimulus natin. Ito lang ang gusto ko i-point out, Mr. Speaker, na siguro by 2022, hopefully hindi naman umabot po sa 59.9% ratio to GDP ang debt natin. At saka pangalawa, sangayon po ako doon sa sinasabi po ni Honorable Congressman Zarate na kailangan mag-focus na po tayo sa mga yung manufacturing kamo, yung sa mga mining, yung mga mayroon tayong malalaki na mga direct investments ng foreigner at saka Pilipinos. Kasi ito ngayon ang kailangan ng bansa natin, yung kailangan magkakaroon ng malakas na economy po.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Hindi ko po sinabi na mag-focus tayo sa mining. Ang sinabi ko po ay manufacturing, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Kasi po yung sa per record
ating agriculture, ano?
Per record kasi ng Mr. Speaker, dinagdag ko lang yung mining. Kasi nakita ko ng 2018, nag-spike up po yung investment sa mining. Pero nag-tone down na siya sa 19 at saka 20. Siguro dahil sa world market demand din siguro.
Well, but mainly because also of our skewed mining policy in this country, no? But that is for another department and another time. But ito po ang isang malaking leksyon na itinuro sa atin ng pandemya ng COVID. No? At sinabi niyo po na kaya lumaki rin ang ating utang dahil nga ditong pandemya na ito. But ito po ang pandemya ng COVID nagturo sa atin na dapat pala unahin natin, no? I-prioritize ang ating lokal na ekonomiya, especially ang main base na nagbibigay ng empleo. At base po sa mga statistika, malaking bahagi, no, ng employment natin ay nagmumula sa small, medium, and micro enterprises. Pero dito sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID, sila ang nahambalos ng todo. Sila ang dumapa, no, ng todo. Kasi yung mga malalaking korporasyon, they can survive. But in terms of share sa ating ekonomiya, napakalaki. No? Kaya yan ang isang dapat pagtuunan ng ating pansin kung paanong matulungan sila at mabuhay sila. At ang sunod dyan ang agrikultura. Dahil dito sa pandemya ng COVID, isang leksyon na naaral na itinuro sa atin, at least for us, mali pala yung nagpasa tayo ng rice liberalization law. Dahil pangunahing problema ngayon pagkain, yung mga nagbebenta ng bigas sa atin ay biglang nagsara. Kung nagkataon, kung tuloy-tuloy itong pandemya na ito, saan tayo kukuha ng kakainin? No? So, yan po ang kaya tinanong ko. No? But, again, hindi reflective sa ating budget. No? And you are from Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kayo ang nasa kagawaran ng pinansya, inaamin nyo rin na dito sa budget na ito, ang prioridad pa rin ay ang pagpupondo mula sa ating mga inutang at mula sa mga koleksyon ng ating mga kagawaran, yung pinopondohan ay yung mga big ticket projects, yung mga so-called build. No? So, dyan po natin nakita yung sinasabi naming misprioritization. No? Now, you are saying that hindi naman siguro aabot sa 59.9% ng ating debt to GDP ratio ang ating utang by 2022 dahil baka babawi naman ang ekonomiya natin. No? That with the kind indulgence of the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that is, I think, very even based on the current situation now, that is too speculative na babawi ang ating ekonomiya. Dahil sabi nga ng mga eksperto, hindi ito ang una at hindi rin ito ang huling pandemya na posibleng tatama, hindi lang sa ating bansa, kundi sa buong mundo. Kaya nga dapat talagang panghawakan natin ang mga aral na nakuha natin dito sa pandemyang ito. No? Hindi lang sa usapin ng prioritization ng ating projects, programs, activities, kundi lang ating buong budget dahil ang ating bansa ay lubog na sa utang. No? And long after the present administration is no longer in Malacanang, magbabayad at magbayad pa rin tayo sa mga utang na yan. Gaya ng hanggang sa ngayon, nagbabayad tayo sa mga inutang sa panahon ng diktador na si Marcos. No? So, I said that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, because even before COVID-19 hit the country, no, and the world, nag-slow down na ang ating ekonomiya. No? If I may cite some statistics, in 2016, our GDP is at 6.9%. That is in 2016. In 2017, 6.7%. In 2018, 6.2%. And finally, last year, it is 6%. So, talagang ang trajectory niya ay pababa. No? Despite the very rosy picture being painted by our economic managers since we debated last year, no, on this same budget, alam natin na by 2020, pababa pa rin siya. Mas lalong lumala ito dahil tinamaan tayo ng pandemya ng COVID. No? Nasa negatibo na tayo. Kaya, ang next question ko po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, no? I read and I heard that in the second quarter of this year, our GDP is already negative, no? At negative 16.5%. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, yung lumalabas ngayon, yung Hindi, yung percentage. GDP. The projected GDP for 2020, Mr. Speaker, is negative 5.5 to 6.5%. So there is a contraction of negative 4.5 to 6.6% due to impact of COVID-19 pandemic on tourism, trade, and remittances throughout the year. So tatlo po yung factors, yung tourism, trade, at saka remittances, bumagsak po. So yun ang rason ng contraction natin na 4.4 to 6.6%.
Yes,
Mr.
understandably, no? Gaya nga lang nabanggit ko, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, dahil mas pinalala nga ito nitong pandemya ng COVID, no? Kaya in that, I think, NEDA, DBCC briefer or presentation, sinabi nila na ang GDP growth is worst in the second quarter, no? Nasa negative 16.5. So that leads me to my second question. No? Next question. Dahil ang priority pa rin, no, ng present administration ay itong ang build. No? At nasa gitna tayo ng pandemya ng COVID na crisis, may mga proposal noon, no, na kung gusto nating makapag-ipon ng pondo, no, nagpasanga tayo ng Bayanihan 1, pero kung gusto nating madagdagan yan para sa ating COVID-19 interventions, ay hindi kailangang mangutang ng mangutang. Bagkus, no, ang kanilang proposal, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, is for the government, for the national government, to avail of debt relief. No? Kausapin ng ating mga international lenders, even domestic ones, na huwag muna tayong magbayad ngayon sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID. Gaya nung ibang mga bangko ngayon at mga public utilities, sinabihan natin, oy, wag muna kayong mangolekta. Bakit ho hindi ito ginawa ng ating kasalukuyang administrasyon, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Because other countries, poor countries, were allowed even by multilateral lenders like World Bank and International Monetary Fund, no, na magkaroon ng debt moratorium and moratorium on their payments and both principal and interest. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Kapag nagkaroon po kasi tayo, Mr. Speaker, ng debt relief, medyo yung mga lenders natin hindi na ganun kagalante kaysa up-to-date payment natin kapag nagbibigay tayo ng up-to-date payment. It's nice to cite the figures na yung debt burden natin ay bumagsak na po sa 11.5% ng GDP. So medyo hindi ganun kabigat bayaran po. From 24.4% ng 2010, bumagsak na po siya ng 11.5%. So yan ang mga rason kung bakit gumandang credit rating po natin at saka maraming nagpapautang sa atin ngayong kailangan natin ng pera, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po sa inyong kasagutan, but with the kind indulgence of the sponsor, I think hindi ho nasagot yung tanong ko. No? Dahil kung gano'n ang policy natin, ay talagang lubog na lubog tayo sa utang. No? Gaya nga lang nabanggit ko po kanina, other countries were availed of this debt relief or debt moratorium. No? Dahil pinayagan din naman sila ng kanilang mga lenders, even the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and other multilateral lenders. No? So hindi ho totoo na baka hindi na tayo pautangin. No? Ang problema ho kasi, ang ating policy is masyado tayong fixated doon sa magkaroon tayo ng AAA rating, BBB rating. No? Na wala namang ibang ibig sabihin nito kung hindi puro utang, at ang kakambal niyan, puro taxes. No? And I will go to that point later. So, dahil, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kung we only avail of this, even in the payment of interest, no? Correct me if I'm wrong, no? In 2018, for example, we paid 349.2 billion in interest alone. In 2019, we paid 360 billion in interest alone. No? So, kung humingi tayo ng palugit sa nagpapautang sa atin, pwede ba ngayong taon, 2020, wag mo na kami magbayad ng interest? No? Then meron tayong at least 300 billion that can possibly finance our stimulus package. Ang stimulus package na ipinanunukala ng kapulungan ito ay 1 trillion. How much did we pass? 162 billion only. Ano ang magagawa ng 162 billion na stimulus package? We cannot even, nakakahiya ng tawagin na stimulus package yan if it's only 162 billion. No? Hindi nito maitatayo ang ating ekonomiya, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So again, yun po yung pagtutulak natin ng point ng debt relief or debt moratorium. No? Easily, even sa interest alone, no? 300 billion kaagad ang pwedeng hawakan natin at gagamitin natin sa ating stimulus ng ating ekonomiya. Next year, we only allocated, in fact, 2 billion for vaccination. Do you think that is enough, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Bakit i-prioritize pa rin natin ang pagbabayad ng interest na pwede naman sigurong makipag-negotiate tayo sa mga lenders? May I get a reaction, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Sasabihin ko po ito sa DBCC, lalo na sa DOF, yung suggestion niyo po, Honorable Congressman Zarate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, no, for taking that suggestion. Now, dahil po talaga nakakabahala, no? Kanina nabanggit na ating mga kasamahan, kahit pa naman nasa pandemya ng COVID tayo, at na matinding krisis, alam na naman natin, no, na tuloy-tuloy rin yung korupsyon, tuloy-tuloy yung inefficiency, even sa ating mga collection agencies, no, despite the passage of laws like the Customs Modernization Act and several others. No? January to May, according to one report, our collections are down by almost 25%. No? So, kung hindi tayo mag-isip ng mga solusyon, halimbawa yung nabanggit ko kanina, ay talagang ang hindi lang kasalukuyang henerasyon ang tatali natin sa utang. No? At mga sumunod pang henerasyon, talagang taling-tali na sa utang. No? Now, on to my next question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. You said earlier na nahit naman ang target, no, ng ating mga collection agencies. No? Especially, principally, the Bureau of Internal Revenue and Bureau of Customs. But realistically, for 2020, with the report that our collection is down by almost 25%, how much revenue are we really realistically looking at na makolekta for 2020, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Both BIR and Bureau of Customs.
The original target of both Bureau of Internal Revenue and BOOC was drastically reduced from the original target. Yung BIR, halos 35% po ng original target nila ang binawas. So from from the annual original target of 2.5 trillion pesos ng BIR, bumaba na po ito sa nagiging 1.69 trillion lang, or a reduction of 840 billion pesos. Sa original revenue target niya is 731 billion, na-revise na po ito na naging 506.2 billion pesos, or a reduction of 225 billion pesos, or 30.7% reduction rate. So ganyan po kalaki ang binawas sa collection target ng dalawang agency na to.
So thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So ibig po sabihin talagang malaki ang hahabulin, no? Para sa ating 4.5 trillion budget next year, sobra kalahati, if I may say, magmumula sa utang. Tama po ba, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, kasi ang total ng binawas sa budget ng dalawang agency na ito is halos 1.6 trillion pesos.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. At gaya nga po ng ating pag-aaral, doon sa sobra kalahati na uutangin natin, mangungutang tayo para bayaran din uli yung inutang natin sa nakaraan, at yung matira noon na kunti na lang ay gagamitin natin sa ating budget. So, that's my point, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. If we can only avail of that debt moratorium of debt relief, easily, I think 1 trillion ang pwedeng magamit natin para gamitin sa ating ekonomiya. At sana yung ating proposal dito na economic stimulus package na more than 1 trillion, 1.2 trillion, ay kayang tustusan. Pero sa halip, pinunduhan lang natin na 162 billion or 165 billion for that matter. Now, those are my last points on that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Bilang panghuli na lang po, meron pong sa Bureau of Customs, no? Nabanggit na rin ito ni Representative Adjournment sa kanina. Isang malaking usapin dyan, no? In fact, even President Duterte said na kailangan ibalasa yan o tanggalin ang dapat tanggalin dyan dahil hanggang ngayon ay isa pa rin siya sa ahensya na sinasabi nila ay puno ng korupsyon. May inquire, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Nagkaroon ba ng balasahan na sa Bureau of Customs? At anong klaseng balasahan ito? Ito lang ba ay paglilipat-lipat ng mga tao o merong mga ginawang mga opisyal ng Bureau of Customs na accountable for non-feasance or misfeasance or even commission of offenses, no? While they are in office, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Yung basis po ng reshuffle or reassignment ng mga presidential appointees po ito ay dahil po dito yung mga district collector of customs ay dahil po dito sa mga rules ng lateral attrition law. Within 6 months, nagkakaroon kasi ng periodic review ang commissioner every 6 months. Kaya yung mga district collectors na hindi nakaka-attain ng collection target ay yun po ang nililipat. Binigyan po ako ng listahan dito na halos for the last year, 8 position po ang na-reshuffle. 6 na district collectors ang na-reshuffle noong July at saka ito, 2 position noong September. So ito tinitingnan kasi ni Commissioner Guerrero yung collection performance ng mga district collectors. So ito po, yan ang nagiging basis ng ni Commissioner na i-reshuffle po sila.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Mangyari po, bigyan na lang tayo no, nung programa nila nung balasahan, no, reshuffling dyan sa Bureau of Customs. No? So it appears, ito lang yung regular reshuffling, no?
Yes po.
Nangyayari sa Bureau of Customs.
Mga major ports lang po.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Last na lang po, no, na punto. Nailatag na natin kanina, mangungutang tayo. Napakalaki ng ating deficit sa susunod na taon. No? And by 2022, sinabi rin natin na ang projection na sa 59.9% ng ating debt to GDP ratio. So ang huling katanungan ko na po, naalarma na po ang publiko dito, no? Dahil ang kakambal nito ay buwis, no? Taxes. Pwede po bang mailahad ng ating kagalang na sponsor at Mr. Speaker? Anong mga buwisas pa, no? Taxes ang pinaplano ng kagawaran para mapunuan or masagot itong pangangailangan natin sa pondo, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, maliban doon sa pangungutang?
Yung mga remaining tax reform packages na linya na po ay yung real property valuation and assessment reform, yung FIFITA, yung passive income and financial intermediary taxation, at saka yung motor vehicle user charge. So yan lang yung tatlo na naka-ano na po ito, nakakasana, pero wala pa naman time schedule kung kailan ito ipasa dito sa Kongreso.
Maraming salamat po. Kasi nitong mga nakaraang mga araw, naririnig natin, buwisan ang online selling, buwisan ang electronic bikes or scooters, buwisan ang electronic commerce and the likes, no? Which tingin po ng kinatawang ito ay very regressive, no? Especially kung tingnan mo sa kabilang banda, ipinasa natin yung CREATE, no? At yung CREATE ay bawasan ng buwis ng mga mayayaman at malalaking korporasyon, no? Ay di po ba talagang tagibang yan, no? Parang hindi ho balansado ang dating niyan. Yung mga ordinaryong mga mamamayan, no? Mga gustong kumita dito sa mga online selling ngayon, gusto nating buwisan, but sa kabilang banda, gusto nating bawasan ang buwis ng mga large taxpayers, no? At yun na nga ipanasa natin sa CREATE. Kaya doon po tayo hindi ho natin maintindihan yan at hindi natin matanggap, no? Na sa halip na dagdagan natin yung buwis ng kumikita ng malaki sa ating bansa, ay binabawasan natin sila. So, yun po ba ang pananaw din na kagawaran ito, ituloy-tuloy pa rin ang implementation, halimbawa nung CREATE, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Because it will create disbalances. It will create injustice to our people, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Ito po yung mga sinabi nyo po, dadaan pa naman sa plenaryo to eh. So pagdidebatihan pa natin kung talagang karapat-dapat ito i-impose sa taong bayan natin. Pero as of now po, yung nakasalang po sa DOF na ipupush nila po dito sa atin, yung sinabi ko kanina, yung real property valuation and assessment reform package, yung passive income and financial intermediary taxation, at saka motor vehicle user charge. Yun pa lang po ang nakakasa dito.
Salamat po at bilang panghuli, dahil yun po ang mga proposal na taxes, pahingin na lang po, no, ang kinatawang ito ng projection magkano ang revenue na ma-generate natin from those taxes, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
We will do it, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Doon na po nagtatapos ang aking mga paglilinaw para po doon sa budget ng Department of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that there's no more members of the minority who will interpellate the good sponsor, may I move to terminate the interpellation for the budget of the Department of Finance, including its attached agencies, except the budget for the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. We move to defer the consideration of the budget of the Bureau of Internal Revenue for the failure of its head, the Commissioner Dulay, to be present in the deliberation of the budget, either physically or in the Zoom, while the budget is being interpellated, as manifested earlier, Mr. Chair, by the Minority Leader. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? There being none. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the minority. On the part of the majority, we join the minority in a motion to terminate the interpellations in the proposed budget of the Department of Finance, including attached agencies and corporations, except that of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Juni Kua from the Lone District of Quirino to sponsor the budget of the National Economic and Development Authority and its attached agencies.
Honorable Juni Kua is recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List for interpellation.
Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized. Please be reminded of our 30-minute term or limit on your interpellation. You are recognized. Honorable Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, please
will
proceed.
will the good sponsor yield to some of my questions?
With pleasure, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, isa po sa mga NEDA's priority project ay yung New Manila International Airport for Bulacan Aerotropolis Project by San Miguel. Batay po sa dokumento ng proyekto, nasa 699 billion ang total project cost. Ito po ang isa siguro sa mga pinakamalaki na PPP project na na-aproba despite the standing issues on environmental sustainability and financial viability. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, sinasabi na walang gagastusin ng gobyerno sa proyektong ito na nagkakahalaga ng 735.6 billion. Paano po makakalikom ng pondo para sa proyektong ito? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, hindi ko po masyadong naintindihan yung tanong. Maaari po bang pakiulit kasi ang dating sa akin ay sabog yung boses.
Mr. Speaker.
I don't know if we can ask the technical people to make some adjustments on the sound. I can barely understand the question.
Honorable Brosas, can you repeat the question?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, sinasabi na walang gagastusin ang gobyerno sa proyekto na nagkakahalaga ng 735.6 billion. Paano po makakalikom ng pondo para sa proyektong ito? Tungkol po sa Bulacan Aerotropolis Project na NEDA's priority project.
Let me repeat the question. Are you talking about a project in Bulacan worth 700 plus billion pesos?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker. The New Manila International Airport and the Bulacan Aerotropolis Project.
Okay, what's the question again, Madam Interpellator?
Mr. Speaker, I was asking about the financing ng proyekto nito. paano po makakalikom ng pondo para sa proyektong ito?
Madam Speaker, I am not privy to the details of the projects, but it is my understanding is based on what I have read and what I have heard from the media, that this project, which is an international airport, is a private initiative. And it being so, it is basically a project funded by sources that the private sector is able to raise. So that's the information I have. I don't know if that satisfies the distinguished gentle lady.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, wala po kayong status report ng pagre-raise ng financing nito?
Ulit-ulit, talagang hirap na hirap akong intindihin yung tanong.
Status report po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, may I request for a few minute suspension?
Session suspended.
NEDA staff to come in. Hindi, wala lang sila. Nandito din. Ang sama ng sound, di ko maintindihan.
Sir? Sir, makakabasa kayo dito? Dito namin i-feed yung sagot.
Hindi. Sige.
Sir,
Sige.
We will type the answer.
I hope I can, it's big enough. We're talking about yung airport sa Bulacan. Ang question is, paano yung funding ko? Nasabi ko lang, this is a private initiative. Therefore, funding is arranged by the private sector. Okay.
The problem is we filed the bill, but we are bound by the NEDA for
To file the bill.
some conflict to file the bill.
To implement.
To give a contract.
What do you
But our position is incorrect. It's a private initiative, but they follow the terms of the NEDA.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sessions resumed. Distinguished sponsor. Honorable Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, naririnig na po ba ako?
Okay, please proceed.
Medyo naintindihan na ng konti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was asking sa status ng pagre-raise ng financing para sa proyekto ng New Manila International Airport o yung Bulacan Aerotropolis Project ng San Miguel.
Yes, I think I responded by saying that this is a private initiative and therefore the funding is raised primarily by the project proponent. Although this is really a project also endorsed and approved by the NEDA.
Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may project guarantees or risk management funds ba na ilalaan ang gobyerno para sa proyektong ito? Lalo pat malaki ang financial risks na involved dito. Sa panukalang budget po kasi ng 2021, nakasaad na may 15 billion para sa pangkabuang risk management program ng gobyerno. Wala bang bahagi dito na mapupunta? Wala or meron bang bahagi dito na mapupunta sa San Miguel project? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
So, may I repeat, am I correct to say that the question is there a government guarantee in this project? Is that the question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Is there a guarantee?
It's an unsolicited proposal.
So there's no guarantee.
It's not allowed.
Madam, Mr. Speaker, the project is as I said, is a purely private initiative. It's actually an unsolicited proposal, and under our laws, no government guarantee can be allowed.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, wala pong bahagi ng 15 billion na nakalaan no, sa 2021 budget ang mapupunta sa proyekto na ito. Tama po ba?
15 billion na nakalaan saan?
Meron po kasing 15 billion na pangkabuang risk management program ng government. Ang tanong po natin, dahil nandyan yan sa panukalang budget natin ng 2021, baka yan ay gamitin o mapunta sa San Miguel project. So, ang sinasabi niyo po, walang project guarantee ang gobyerno. Tama?
No. So it does not. Mr. Speaker, in response to the query, the one that the gentle lady is referring to is a contingent liability fund that is for all projects under the PPP program, and it's not specific to that particular project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Batay po sa projection ng proponent at ng NEDA, ilang taon pa bago mabawi ang 735 billion na investment sa project na ito?
Well, as to its payback period, Mr. Speaker, again, we're not privy to that. I'm not privy to that. But I suppose that the payback period is one that is acceptable to the project proponent. Otherwise, the project proponent would not risk such a huge amount of money.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, priority project po ito ng NEDA. Di pa dapat po sa mga ilang studies ay naipresent na ng NEDA yung projection kaugnay dito sa investment ng proyektong ito? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
I did not understand the question. I'm sorry. The sound is so difficult to understand. Oh. Can you kindly repeat it again?
Mr. Speaker, ang tinatanong po ng kinatawan na ito, ilang taon pa bago mabawi yung 735 billion na investment sa project nito?
Well, as I said, yung payback period is not, is really something that a judgment of the private sector as to how long. I don't have the data.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, projection po ang tanong ko sa NEDA. Kasi hindi po sila mag-a-approve o magpa-prioritize sa project na ito kung wala naman silang projection.
Well, okay. So the study that Okay, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. As I said, this is a private initiative, and its concession period is 50 years. As to the payback period, it depends on the performance. So it really depends on the traffic that will be generated later on.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, walang projection ang proponent o ang NEDA kaugnay dito.
Well, none that had been submitted. It depends on the performance of the project proponent.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kapansin-pansin yung magkaiba yung internal rate of return o IRR ng proyekto na nakasaad sa concession agreement kumpara sa nakasaad sa franchise bill. Kasi I understand ang franchise bill ay 50 years. No? Yung franchise na aprobahan sa ating mga ay ang porsyento na in excess ng kita ng San Miguel mula sa proyekto na ireremit sa gobyerno. Sa concession agreement, nakasaad na 7% lang ang IRR, samantalang 12% ang nasa franchise bill. Ano po ang pagtingin ng NEDA sa legislative modification ng IRR na ito? If ever ang franchise bill ay maging batas, will the franchise supersede what is stated in the concession agreement?
Well, under the policy of the NEDA, the board approves project that will be able to have a rate of return based on weighted average cost of capital of around 7%. When this has to be followed, and the proponent is supposed to follow the terms approved by the NEDA board.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaya po natin tinatanong, no? So, ang NEDA, kung ano ang pagtingin niya dito, dahil ibig sabihin, pumapayag po siya. Tama, no? Pumapayag siya na gawing 12% nga, imbis na 7%. Nag-agree siya dyan. Yung difference sa concession agreement at saka yung sa franchise bill mismo.
It's so difficult to understand the question. Something is wrong Something is wrong with the sound.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, simple lang po yung tanong ko. Ang tanong ko lang po ay nag-agree nga ang NEDA na 7%, na 12% at hindi 7%. Na iba sa concession agreement.
NEDA does not agree with the 12%. And what is acceptable to, as I said, what is acceptable to NEDA should be followed.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, hindi ba't mas malabong makabahagi ng kita ang gobyerno sa proyekto kung itataas ang IRR patungong 12%? Kaya ako po yung tinatanong matapos ang mahabang panahon bago mabawi ang 735.6 billion, kailangan pang i-hurdle ang 12% IRR para magkaroon ng share ang gobyerno sa kita ng airport. Tila hinahabol na itaas ang IRR para hindi na talaga makabahagi ang gobyerno sa kikitain ng San Miguel sa proyekto, which is expected to reach around 200 billion annually by 2062. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
I think, Mr. Speaker, one way of answering that is to just consider that this is a huge project funded partly only by equity infusion and largely by debt financing. And borrowing this huge amount of money from banks and multilateral institutions, they have their guidelines as well, whether a project is financeable or not. So if it is financeable, then they will extend. If it is not financeable, then they won't. So this issue of rate of return under this kind of mode of procurement called the PPP, this is actually the list of the concern of government. So it goes through a tedious scrutiny by those who are lending the money to the proponent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaya ako po tinatanong kanina yung pagre-raise ng financing sa project para makita natin. At sinabi niyo po kanina, wala kayong status ng pag-raise ng financing para sa proyekto. Pangalawa po, tinanong ko yung paano mababawi yung 735 billion na investment sa proyekto. At sinagot niyo po ako na depende, yung payback period. Yun po yung sabi niyo kanina So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ito pong proyekto na ito, tapos yung pangatlo pong tinanong natin, yung usapin ng 7% na iba yung nasa concession agreement, samantalang 12% yung investment yung return rate, from 7% naging 12%, at ano ang naging tingin ng NEDA dito. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaiba po ito kasi diba, usually hindi naman sumusunod sa concession agreement at hindi naman nilalagay specifically sa franchise yung porsyento ng IRR. Kaya tinatanong po natin ito. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung pangalawa ko pong tanong ay tungkol sa kautusan ng Supreme Court sa Manila Bay Rehabilitation at ang reklamasyon. Kaugnay dito na may kinalaman pa rin sa usapin po ng New Manila International Airport or the Bulacan Aerotropolis Project. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung Manila Bay Rehabilitation at reklamasyon ay malinaw na tatambakan ang anumang marine environment sa dagat at sa kasalukuyan nga ay may nagaganap ng pagpuputol ng mga mangrove trees sa barangay Talitip. Ang kautusan po ng Supreme Court ay malinaw na binanggit, no? Yung Section 4 of Executive Order 192, assigning the DENR as the primary agency responsible for the conservation, management, development, and proper use of the country's environment and natural resources. Tapos, and Section 19 of RA 9275, designating the DENR as the primary government agency responsible for its enforcement and implementation. The DENR is directed to fully implement its operational plan for the Manila Bay Coastal Strategy for the rehabilitation, restoration, and conservation of the Manila Bay at the earliest possible time. Is ordered to call regular coordination meetings with concerned government agencies, departments, and agencies to ensure the successful implementation of the aforesaid plan of action in accordance with its indicated completion schedules. Ang binabasa ko po ay mga kautusan ng Supreme Court na malinaw na nagbabanggit, no, na yung pag-aproba ng NEDA ng Aerotropolis Project ng San Miguel Corporation ay hindi ba't mulat na nilalabag ang kautusan ng Supreme Court. Yung Section 4 po ng Executive Order 192 at saka yung Section 65 of RA 8550. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
May I simplify the question? Is the question about environmental compliance certificate? Are you talking about ECC?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ukol po ito sa 2008 Supreme Court Mandamus for Manila Bay Rehabilitation. Paglabag po sa kautusan ng Supreme Court.
Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, if the gentle lady is referring to issues about the ECC, I think the best department that can respond to this is really the DNR.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, so ang NEDA po ay okay lang sa kanila ito.
Ano po ang concern tungkol sa NEDA?
Kasi Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, binanggit po natin yung 2008 Supreme Court Mandamus for Manila Bay Rehabilitation. Ngayon, alam na alam po ito ng NEDA, pero sinuportahan pa rin niya yung San Miguel Corporation Project. Hindi po ba ito ay mulat na paglabag sa kautusan ng Supreme Court Mandamus?
What is the question about NEDA support for the Manila Bay Rehabilitation Project?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung Manila Bay Mandamus, Supreme Court Mandamus po ay may kinalaman sa Aerotropolis o sa New Manila International Airport na priority project ng NEDA. Ang tanong po natin, sa pag-approve ng NEDA sa Aerotropolis Project, hindi ba nilalabag niya na ang kautusan ng Supreme Court Mandamus na ito?
Well, now I understand the question. The question is there could be some violations as far as the gentle lady is concerned about environmental laws. And despite this violation, why is NEDA supporting the project? So I think the answer to that is that what the NEDA is concerned with is the economic viability of the project, the strategic implication of the project, and issues on environment is left to the DENR. So issues about environment would be settled by the DENR, but issues about economic viability and its strategic importance to the nation is the one that NEDA is mandated to work on. And when it finds the project viable and important to the nation, then it's...
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, tayo pa ay nalulungkot, na sa pagitan ng mga environmental impacts ng proyekto ay inaprubahan pa rin ito. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, bahagi po ba ng impact assessment ng project ang maaaring epekto nito sa ecosystems at habitat ng mga migratory birds?
Honorable Brosas, as what the good sponsor said a while ago, that anything about environment, you should ask that question to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Only about economic viability of the projects will be answered by the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, napakahalaga po na malaman natin ito at yung implikasyon ng proyekto na ito sa atin. Nabanggit po namin ito kasi yung dahilan ang buong Manila Bay ay itinuturing na internationally important water bird site. Nagkaroon ng sightings ng black-faced spoonbill sa City Dap-Dap, Barangay Taliptip, Bulacan, kung saan mismo itatayo ang bagong airport. Itong mga ibong ito ay nagmumula pa sa China at North Korea. Nakakalungkot lang, Mr. Speaker, na sa pagbibigay daan ng proyekto ng bagong paliparan, mawawala naman ng landing site yung mga migratory birds na ito. Ito yung mga hidden costs na marahil ay hindi makukwenta ng NEDA, pero mahalagang mabigyan din ng pansin dahil hindi na mababawi ito, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Gayon din sa usapin ng mga madedemolish sa kanilang mga tahanan at yung mawawalan ng kabuhayan, maapektuhan ng kabuhayan sa pagtatayo ng mga naturang proyekto. Ito po yung sinasabi natin ng mga hidden cost, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Dapat po mahalagang inaalam ng NEDA yung mga ganitong kalagayan sa environment, hindi lang po ng DENR dahil isang buong proyekto po ito. Sinabi nyo nga, ang significance nito ay priority development ng gobyerno. At dapat alam po natin ang lahat ng mga detalye dito kahit ang mga usapin ng environment. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Yun lang po kaugnay ng San Miguel Aerotropolis. Last question ko na lang po siguro, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Dahil nahihirapan po si Mr. Sponsor marinig o maintindihan ako. Ito na yung last question ko. Sana po maintindihan niya ako dito. How much is the economy expected to contract this year compared to last year? About 1 trillion ba? Also, how much bigger should the economy have been if pre-pandemic growth projections materialize? 1 trillion din po ba? Ngayon, kung ang ekonomiya has in effect lost 2 trillion because of the pandemic, doesn't this warrant a much bigger fiscal intervention than Bayanihan 1 and 2 na nagsasum up lang po ng mga ilan yun, 555 billion. Tapos yung intervention ng Bayanihan, total ng 555 billion. Kung 389 billion ang sa Bayanihan 1, tapos mas mababa sa sa Bayanihan 265.5, tapos 555 yung total more or less. So kasya na hindi po ba mas kasya na po ba 'yon? Hindi po ba dapat mas malaki yung fiscal intervention na kailangan para sa atin? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Average contraction this year, 5.5. Next year, we will grow by 6.5.
Well, the estimate of NEDA says that the economy will contract by about 5.5% for the whole year.
5.5%
Yes.
for the whole year.
Yes,
So,
yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Gentle lady from Gabriela, your time is up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Yun lang, tinanong ko lang po, kasi gusto natin pasagutin categorically. Hindi naman talaga kakasya yung fiscal intervention na ginawa. At dapat kung gumawa pa ng mas matinding paraan ang gobyerno sa kasalukuyan dahil hanggang ngayon, yung effects ng pandemya sa atin matindi. In fact, 300,000 ang ating COVID-19 cases sa ngayon. We breached it. At ang pandemic response ng Pilipinas ay napakaano.
Thank you, Honorable.
Sige, thank you, Mr.
Rosas.
Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my thanks to the gentle lady for those questions. I hope I have responded well to her, but some of the questions are not really very clear. But I hope I'm able to satisfy her points.
Majority Leader.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the next member who wishes to interpellate our sponsor is the gentleman from Party List Bayan Muna, Representative Ferdinand Gaite. I move that he be recognized.
Honorable Ferdinand Gaite, representative of Bayan Muna Party List, is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, isang magandang gabi na. At salamat sa pagkakataong ito na magkaroon ng ilang clarification kung pahihintulutan ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Pahintulutan ba ng ating kagalang-galang na kinatawan para sa pagtalakay sa NEDA, budget ng NEDA, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Chair. Narinig po ba ako?
Mr. Speaker, I would gladly respond to the gentleman. I hope I will be able to hear clearly the questions.
Salamat po. Parang may problema tayong technical sa ating audio. Nevertheless, I would like to ask some questions regarding the water privatization issues and the role of the NEDA in the joint venture agreements that have been conducted previously. Mr. Chair, meron na nga pong mga ilang ang babatayin ko po pala yung NEDA document ng 2013. Ito po yung revised guidelines and procedures for entering into joint venture agreements between the government and private entities. Konting background, noong 2020, COA rejected one of the joint venture companies, itong Prime Water's claim over 24 million from Hain Water District in Nueva Ecija dahil wala daw documentation proving that the said amount was owed by the water district in the very first place. Itong 2020, November 1, matatapos na ang 3-month transition. Again, Prime Water, which will formally take over the operations of the Basiwa, Bacolod City Water District. Kinakabahan ang mga mamamayan dito dahil 12% ang itataas immediately because of the application of the value-added tax sa Bacolod City. Di lang yan, mahigit 510 mga manggagawa ng Basiwa ang nalalagay sa panganib. Noong 2019, yung San Jose del Monte City Water District, Bulacan, was again taken over by Prime Water and imposed a 78% water hike despite the numerous complaints on the quality and supply of water that it has been serving the residents of the area. In 2018, OWA reported the Rosario Water District's JDA with the prime water, and the following deficiencies, according to OWA, were identified. Hindi na-identify ng Rosario Water District yung efficiency and effectivity of the way prime water's obligation to the JDA was precisely measured. Hindi pa dyan, parts of the JDA were not included in the submitted documents. Thus, the issue of validity, legality, and accuracy of the JDA could not be fully asserted. So, marami pong usapin ang hinaharap ng mga water districts. And right now, one of the employees of Alitagtag Water District are again nire-raise sa amin yung problema nila regarding the planned privatization also of their water district. Mga ilang tanong lang po. Ang unang tanong po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor, hindi po ba NEDA nag-approve ng joint venture agreements na mga na ito, Mr. Chair, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I hope I'm able to decipher the question properly. Tama po ba ang pagkakaintindi ko sa tanong na the question is about joint venture? Now, for the information of my esteemed colleague, my understanding is that joint venture below 150 million contribution of government need not be approved by the NEDA ICC. They are only submitted for information. Kung ang capital infusion ng gobyerno ay above 150 million, then that's the time it goes through the process of going through the NEDA Investment Coordinating Council. Committee, I mean.
Chair, dun sa mga nabanggit na mga specific na mga kontrata sa pagitan ng High-End Water District, sa Bacolod City Water District, sa San Jose del Monte Water District sa Bulacan, yan po ba ay dumaan sa approval ng NEDA, Mr. Chair?
Kung ang project po ay patungkol sa water, that is below the threshold na nabanggit ko, ang approval level lang po niyan ay hanggang doon sa water district, sa mga munisipyo.
So, ano po ang kasagutan? Yung Basiwa Water District JDA ba? Specific na po tayo. Dumaan po ba yan sa, approve ba yan na NEDA o hindi?
Pasensya na po, medyo hindi ko po naintindihan yung tanong kasi garbled ang dating. Pakiulit nga po.
Doon sa mga nabanggit na mga water district joint venture agreements, tulad nung nabanggit ko po sa Bacolod City Water District, sa Haen Water District sa Nueva Ecija, sa San Jose del Monte City Water District sa Bulacan. Yan po bang mga joint venture agreements na yan? Yan po ba'y aprobado ng NEDA? Oo lang po o hindi, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Speaker, may I move for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
NEDA is the answer is no because they're below the threshold.
Hawakan ni Crystal. Huli ko yung
Yes. water district project. Because to go to the NEDA ICC, it has to be above 150 million yung contribution of government. But so far, lahat is below. So walang lumala. So they're approved by the local water board now. Yes, so the answer is no. They did not go to NEDA board. NEDA ICC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sessions resume.
After clarifying the question with NEDA, because they can hear it better than me, what I understand is that no project had been approved by NEDA so far, as projects below 150 million are not elevated to NEDA ICC for approval. So, ang sagot po ay wala. Hindi po dubaan sa NEDA. Sa level lamang po ng water district yun na aprubahan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chair, meron na hubang water district JDA na inaprubahan ang NEDA. Labas ko sa nabanggit ko. Yung binabanggit ko pong more than 150 ay ito ho ba ay meron na ho ba sa datos ng Mr. Chair? That is not what I have found. Based on the report of NEDA itself, there were many pending joint venture agreements with NEDA, which have already passed through the National Economic Development Authority. Kaya't hindi ko alam bakit sinasabi nila walang dumaan. Kasi nga po, as you will notice, these water districts have capitalization over 150,000. Some of them have reached in the hundreds of millions. Kung kaya't nagre-require ng NEDA approval. Marami na dyan. Nabanggit ko yung Bacolod City, and then yung San Pablo, yung San Jose del Monte. At sa documents na nakuha namin, meron na kung dumaan dyan sa NEDA. At sila nga po, final sila ang may oversight doon sa mga kontratang pinapasok. Kaya hindi ko po alam bakit sinasabi ngayon ng NEDA na wala pang aprobadong water district joint venture agreement, especially with the ones I mentioned. Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, I will continue. Doon sa mga sabi niyo hindi pa na-aprobahan, what is the NEDA doing to ensure that private water companies are complying with the provisions of the joint venture agreement, especially those na nabanggit na more than 150 million, sorry, Mr. Chair. Meron po ba silang oversight? What measures are being taken to ensure that the provisions of the contract are complied with, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Speaker, the NEDA is considering amendment to the joint venture guidelines to improve its oversight function, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Chair, even before I think last year, 2019, some of the water district employees and members of their general managers and board met in UP and discussed this matter about the plan to revise the 2013 joint venture agreement. Pero tanong ko po muna, ano po ba pagkaintindi niyo po pag sinabi pong joint venture agreement? Pwede ho ba ipaliwanag nyo ano ibig sabihin ng joint venture agreement?
What is the question?
Mr. Chair, narinig po ba ako?
May I paraphrase the question? Ang tanong ba ay paano nabubuo ang joint venture?
Hindi po. Paliwanag nyo lang po. Ano po ang ibig sabihin ng joint venture agreement? Hindi pa ano nabubuo. Ano ho ba? What is it? What is the joint venture agreement in the first place, Mr. Chair?
Well, basically, joint ventures are formed when there is an intent on the side of the private sector and the government sector to come together and work on a certain project. So, together they agree on the sharing and the terms of relationship. Usually, the private sector proposes to government if it has the expertise to do it. So, for example, the government may have the land, the private sector may have the capability and technical capability, managerial capability and technical capability to do a project, and it has the capital. So, they come together and work on a joint venture. Usually po, ganyan ang nangyayari.
Salamat po. At maganda po yung paliwanag nyo. They work together as two parties with the common objective of providing a service or a good na jointly. Pero nagtataka po ako dito sa guidelines ng NEDA eh. Kasi ang pagkalagay po dito, citing section in the principles, item 2, 2.4, pinadmit po dito as differentiated from projects under the ODA, GPBA, Government Procurement Reform, GPRA, I'm sorry, Build, Operate, and Transfer Law, and Build, Operate, Own, BOO scheme, and other schemes under BOP law, where generally ownership of the assets/business would stay with the government. JV agreements allow the private sector to take over the undertaking of the projects in its entirety after the government divests itself of any interest in the JV. Wala nang togetherness. Lonesomeness na lang. Meaning, through a joint venture agreement, nati-take over yung isang entity at nawawala na at nabubura. As what has happened with many water districts that have entered into a joint venture agreement with some private companies, including that of Prime Water. There are about, I think, 50 or 70 incidents of water districts that have already been placed under a joint venture agreement with the eventual abolition of the previous water districts that take over entirely from the ground up, from the water up. At nalulusaw. And yung takeover, buong buo. Natatanggal yung mga empleyado, nag-hire ng bagong mga empleyado, all the assets are turned over to the new owners. So, medyo na hanggang yun, I cannot wrap my head around that concept that they still call it joint venture agreement when in essence, wala nang joint. It is just the private company who effectively manages, runs, operates the whole service. Kaya po maraming mga mamamayan, pati mga water districts, have been literally up in arms dahil yung isang napaka-basic service ng tubig ay nawala sa control nila. Kaya po, Mr. Chair, nababahala po ang tinatawag ito. Nabanggit ko na po kanina na may mga COA reports na nisinahid ko na hindi maganda ang record ng privatization, lalo na nitong prime water, na maraming water districts na tinake over. At hindi sinisunod yung mga mismong provisions ng JBA, which we believe that the NEDA could have played a vital role in ensuring for the betterment of the service for the people. Kaya nga tinatanong ko sa Mr. Chair, sa ating sponsor, kung ano ginagawa ng NEDA sa pag-review ng mga joint venture agreements na ito. Nakakabahala dahil kapalit nitong privatization ng water districts, lalo sa ilalim ng prime water, napakalaki ng tinutubo, pinaprofit ng mga private concessionaires tulad nito. At malaki, and similarly, what we have observed in the water services in Metro Manila through the BOT, Build, Operate, Transfer, and Concessional Agreement under MWSS by Manila and Manila Water, nakita natin na yung promise of improved services have not been met. And instead, what we have seen are higher rates, not necessarily improvement in the quality of the service, efficiency of problems regarding yung service, yung kadalasang problema ng pakulangan ng tubig at iba pa. Kaya po, sana po ay yan po yung isa sa mga observation ng pinatawag ito, na ang NEDA ay hindi nagsaserve to protect the interest of the people, especially in this joint venture agreement. Can I hear some comment from the sponsor, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Speaker, in response to the gentleman, the NEDA actually reviews and comments on all joint agreements when they are submitted to the NEDA. But since it is only for purposes of information, not really for approval, what NEDA usually does is, well, just review it, and they cannot really force or compel the JB to follow their comments. So they just review and comment. So these issues are actually among the comments raised. So so that basically is how it is, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, medyo nakakadismaya dahil nga po yung mga problema ng mga mamamayan sa usapin ng serbisyo tulad ng tubig, napakahalaga. We've experienced the problem here in Metro Manila, MWSS problem, even before the pandemic. And now, it is again repeated. It is repeated in so many times in various water districts. And policy of entering into joint venture agreements or what we call privatization has not been for the betterment of the service, not for the people, not for the workers in the water districts. And instead of the government just allowing the unbridled privatization of such a basic service, is alarming dahil nga po marami nang namumblema sa isang patayang servisyo tulad ng tubig. Sabi ng mga doktor, maghugas ng kamay araw-araw, kung wala naman tubig o napakamahal ng tubig, we create more problems na solution. So Mr. Chair, yun lang yung concern ng pinatawag ito, lalo na sa privatization ng mga water districts. We have proposed this policy since 1980s 1990s na umusbong ang programang ito, lalo na nung pinrivatize ang water district, ang NWSS noong 1990s. Kaya ayaw na sana natin maulit ito. And yet, NEDA is not providing proper guidance on how the people can be protected from this policy. So yan po isang concern, and in the proper time, I will raise many other concerns regarding the guidelines issued by the NEDA regarding the joint venture agreements and other concerns which is affecting the functioning public, the workers, and the people in general. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleague.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of Party List ACT Teachers.
The representative from ACT Teacher Party List, Honorable Franz Castro, is recognized and interpolate. Good sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as there's no other member from the minority bloc who wish to interpolate about the budget of NEDA, I move to terminate the period of interpellation. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the minority in moving to have the proposed budget for the National Economic and Development Authority, including its attached agencies and corporations, terminated.
With the joint motion from the minority and majority to terminate the interpellations, sponsorship and interpellations on the budget of National Economic and Development Authority, including attached agencies and our corporation. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The budget for National Economic and Development Authority, including attached agencies and corporation, the period of interpellation is terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to allow next sponsor and agency to come up to the plenary, I move that we suspend the session.
Session suspended.
Oo nga, sir. Kami rin, sir. Lalo, sir, si Congaite, kasi yung internet niya, sir, problema eh. Buti nga, sir, naiintindihan ni Secretary Kim. Mabutan eh. Sir, pwede bang ano? Yung sa LEDAC, sir, kay Kong Guapit.
Walang interpellate.
Wala naman nata, sir.
Sige. Tatayo na lang ako. Hindi ko maintindihan talaga. Oo. Wala akong maintindihan. Mabuti, nag-guide ako nito mga ito.
Thank you,
Thank you, Carlos.
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider the proposed budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council and recognize Representative Juni Kua to sponsor. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The budget for Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council is now open for interpellation, and now we recognize Honorable Juni Kua to sponsor the said budget proposal from the said department.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of the Party List ACT Teachers.
From the ACT Teacher Party List, Representative Franz Castro is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as no other member from the minority bloc that would wish to interpellate the budget of the LEDAC, I move to terminate the interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the minority in moving for the termination of the interpellations to the proposed budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
With the joint motion from the minority and the majority to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council is terminated. The budget interpellation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session until tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning, Tuesday, September 29, 2020.
Session is suspended until 10 in the morning of September 29, 2020, Tuesday. Picture.